when you move people from the low density crime situation and low density provinces on the high density provinces, those people will, for instance, if you move people from that, there will be 4 provinces that would give you problem all the time: Western Cape, Eastern Cape, KZN, and Gauteng. So some provinces, you'll move their personnel, and that personnel, because does not live in those provinces, you'll have to put them in the accommodation that will take extra money, extra petrol for driving long distances and all that. So it can't be sustained. But increasing the numbers, as we are trying now, these 10,000 previously, 10,000 this year, 10,000 next year, it will help to be able to respond to this kind of visibility without putting extra. It will be always extra resources, but they can be less if people are enough, if numbers are enough. So hence we're saying it's unsustainable. But it still does happen in terms of provinces and in a localized way. As we speak, Chairperson, we have a lot of deployment at Manguzi, at Mhlabialengana. You remember that there's been a cry at Mhlabialengana of high-level border crime, where they cross the border with stolen cars, where they attack the communities here in the middle of the night. So we're to send extra police, extra special forces. They need to get the accommodation there because they don't stay there, and the long hours, extra overpay. So it does happen now and again, but not at the national level. So it can be sustained locally, but nationally, it happens periodically when there are national events that are happening. Chairperson, I will end there and allow National Commissioner to answer. And if there are other questions that are for us, Deputy Minister and myself, we can come back to them. Thanks.
Thanks, Honorable General Minister. Could I now have the National Commissioner, please?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members. Yeah, on the first question of Honorable Siabi, the key performance areas, yes, there are too many. We have reduced a bit. Yeah, I understand his feelings that there are still too many. So I think we will consult, because we also do it in liaison with our oversight bodies. It's not something that we only decide alone. They do give us advice, but we'll look into the matter. On the visibility, I think the Minister answered that. But on top of that, Honorable Chair, what we plan to do this year is to make use of the little overtime money that we have, with a view to increase the numbers that will be deployed visibly. That plan will be unfolding soon, and we think we'll try our best. We'll not reach the level of the 20th of March, but we will try our best, a little bit improved visibility, because of the numbers are not yet where we want to be. There was a question, I think, around leases. General Limpani, I'll ask General Limpani to answer on that one. And with regard to, is the budget going to make improvement in terms of ICT? Yes, Honorable Chairperson, the head of TMS have got deliverables that she must deliver this current year. And on the list is the drones, as well as the linkage between our various flying helicopter machines and our centers, and that's one. Number two, you know, we come a long way with the dash cam, so those are, as well as body cam. So those are the priorities that she's going to focus on this year, so that we can be able to improve policing in terms of visibility. The imbizos, we do have, yes, imbizos that we plan for. Nationally, we planned 20, and provincially, we planned 180. The target in the APP is the minimum. We don't mean we're going to do that. We can deliver more than that, but we have put minimum. That's where we'll also be engaging with the CPF in most of these individuals. With regard to, let me ask General Mpane to answer the question on the lease. I think it's that one that is related. In terms of salaries, Honorable Chair, the last financial year we focused on, as Minister alluded at the beginning, we focused on increasing the service allowance, which we have managed. And then this current financial year, we will start negotiating for salary increases. We are not promising that we'll be successful, but that's what we are going to focus in terms of looking at what can we improve better for the police members, more especially also the detectives in the county. In terms of restructuring, Honorable Chair, after we have worked on the national policing strategy, we saw a need that we have to do readjustment on the structure, and that process has been almost completed. We had bilateral meetings with the principals of the labor unions. We still have to go to SSPC for consultation to finalize it, and of course to the committee, and thereafter we will then proceed. We foresee that will be done somewhere within this month of April and early May. So we'll be able to proceed with restructuring. General Mpane.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Perhaps if I can be allowed to address the other issues that were brought under the budget. There was a question, Chairperson, which said, is this budget enough? The answer would be no. Over and above our MTF submission, we normally would then submit additional requests to address cost pressures. We have made that particular submission. While we appreciate the additional funding, in particular within your compensation of employees, there are cost pressures within your operational expenses that we had made our submission, issues of forensic products, increasing our footprints, quite a number of additional funding that was requested. Of course, those remains our priority. In the absence of additional funding, it means the current baseline must then address those particular priorities. So there are cost pressures that we try by all means to reprioritize, reallocate, and ensure that we still achieve that we want to achieve, Chairperson. In terms of the leases, we have spent 1.5 billion on the leases for the 22-23 financial year. That is the amount that the department spent. There was also an indication to say this particular budget, what would we intend to surrender money to Treasury. I must just indicate, Chairperson, that we have recorded improvements as a department in terms of utilizing the budget that is allocated to the department to this end. For last year, we had spent close to 100%. Our spending was 99.95%. With this current budget that we are presenting, there is no intention, Chairperson, to surrender money to Treasury. Safe to say that the challenges that we normally face with third-party dependencies, those we continue to address with the intervention from the leadership as well as the intervention from the portfolio committee. Chairperson, there was also a question in terms of the non-pensionable. That note that we had made there. Yes, Chairperson, this what the honorable member indicated is absolutely true. At this point in time, National Treasury assist with this particular matter. We have submitted our calculations in terms of what will be the implication for the SAPS. This will then be allocated to the department through the budget adjustments. We have submitted our calculations. We will be allocated this amount that we have submitted to National Treasury. But on this current budget that we are presenting, there is no allocation for this, but Treasury is in the process together, working together with the departments to ensure that this matter is attended to. And indication is that through budget adjustments, departments will be allocated that is required by departments. Chairperson, I thought I would just touch on all those that were raised under the budget. Thank you, Chair.
Chair?
Thank you very much, Minister. This is the last response because we're running out, we 10 minutes over the half an hour. You can respond again with the other members. Honorable Minister, you're the last one to speak now and respond to Honorable Siabi. The other responses will be taken later.
No,
Honorable
thanks.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, we still seek the assistance of this portfolio committee when it comes to sister departments. Especially the question was raised, do we expect to have money that won't work, to underspend? Chairperson, mostly is on the environment that we have less control of. You remember that there was a meeting between the portfolio committee, our portfolio committee, and Public Works. Up to this point, Chairperson, this ministry has no office. Deputy Minister and the Minister have no offices. The management have no office. They have moved to the so-called new offices, the towers there, and the staff has been they've been taken out because of the dangers and the accident that they face. So that's not only that, the station that would have loved to have been built by now takes long for clearance, take long for drafting and all that. So we still need that assistance. That is on the same thing with the IT, with the organization that help us on that. But on that one, linking that one, Chair, the question was raised on the working with the private sector. I must say the improvement of working together with the private sector is much, much better. We are on many other things that we work together with the private sector, and things like your cash heist, things like, as we said, on the particular day, we're working together. But, Chairperson, one major problem for our technology is the legislative impediments that we are facing. Maybe we'll talk about that. There are too much hurdles that the police must jump. For instance, in other things, in other equipment that you must buy, Minister of Police must request from Minister of Justice must speak to Minister of Defense and Minister of State Security, Minister of Communication, and all of them must concur. If one doesn't concur, but at the same time, that impacts on the work of the police, especially on the crime intelligence level. So those are legislative alignment that we'd love to see happening going forward. For now, Chair, we will end there, and maybe, as you have said, if there are other questions that the gap, we can take them as we go forward. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable General Minister. The second input will come from Sheikh Imam. Your half an hour starts now, and then after Honorable Sheikh Imam, Honorable Whitford, you'll have your half an hour. Honorable Sheikh Imam, your half an hour starts now.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And let me also acknowledge the presence of the Minister, his entire team, and all my honorable colleagues. All right, I think I'm going to have a little bit of a different approach, Chairperson. I'm not satisfied with what SAPS is telling us today, because this is not going to solve the problems in the country. I think what I would like SAPS to do for us in the future is to give us an idea of everything that they need to be able to deal with the issues of crime. And when I say that, I'm talking about the infrastructure, I'm talking about the human resource, I'm talking about the remuneration that they get, the workload that police officers have. So you know, until we get a proper understanding of how serious the problem is. But when I go further, you will perhaps understand better why I'm asking SAPS to tell us a lot more than they're actually telling us. Now, the first thing is this strategic plan. The strategic plan is supposed to be guided by the needs of SAPS in order to deal with the high levels of crime in the country. And I would love to know, what engagement are you having with all the role players, including the communities, to establish what are the needs from grassroots level, that's local government? Are you getting cooperation from the security cluster at local government and provincial government in order to be able to establish what is your budgetary requirements in order to deal holistically with the problem of crime? What I find you doing is, you know what you received last year, and of course we're adding a little bit more to that, and that is to appease the Minister of Finance and members of Parliament, and based on the budget that is available. There's two different aspects here. Whether what is available for me is not the issue. We also want to know what is your requirements and what is your needs in able to address this. Now, if you look at number one, the issue of the remuneration of police officers, what they earn for the kind of work that they do. The danger allowance, I'm told, has been increased for the first time in 32 years, since 1991. That's the first time. Okay. Even the allowance, allowances that they get, including housing, many of these police officers either use public transport, many of them living in informal shacks with firearms on their sides, posing a serious risk to these people on a daily basis. The police officer's life is in danger. The greatest enemy to a criminal is not the community anymore, it is the police officer. But what are we doing to ensure that they are well paid for the work they do? They get the necessary protection. Housing should be provided for them closest to where they work, which will then minimize the risk for these people, even basis for their uniforms. So I think we...
Honorable Sheikh Imam,
to exempt police officers like civil servants in some countries are exempt from tax.
Honorable Sheikh Imam. Sheikh Imam, can you please switch off your video so that your connectivity is better?
Happen in other parts of the world so that they would be more motivated. Second thing is this, in terms of the recruitment process, we've discussed this before, and I know there were indications that you are in agreement with it, that should we not to get...
Oh, you're not able to hear me.
I can hear you now, Chair, but I couldn't hear you before.
Yes, can you switch off your video so that we have better connectivity with you? You're breaking up.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Should I start again, or you've heard me on the other one?
No, I've heard you, but you were a little bit shaky. So now you sound better.
Okay. Chairperson, I think what I was covering is the working conditions of police officers. And my question to the Minister and the department, will you communicate with National Treasury with a recommendation that police officers be exempt from paying pay as you earn or income tax in the country, like many other countries? Civil servants, some of them don't pay, many other countries don't pay taxes at all. But particularly police officers, based on the kind of work that they do, I would like to know if you would then communicate with National Treasury and request that police officers be exempt up to a certain grade. I think that would be important. But also deal with the issue of their uniforms, deal with their housing, because they cannot be living in informal settlements and in shacks and things with firearms and things. And we all know they are the targets of criminals in any event. On the issue of recruitment, I'd love to know, would you again consider introducing, together with our colleagues at Basic Education, a curriculum for police officers from grade 10, 11, and 12 after matric? Then it means you are attracting the right officers, those with a passion. If you saw what happened in Tswana, I think at the training, some of them were busy with a whole lot of illegal things, clearly indicating that we're not attracting the right kind of them into the force. So can we then start introducing something of like this nature in basic education so we'll attract them? Having said that, also when you talk to basic education and other departments, in order to get to the bottom of crime, to make it easier, we should be preventing crime. And right now, police officers are spending more time dealing with crime after it's committed. Having said that, would you then speak with the other role players to ensure that we have mechanisms in school, adequate mechanisms, to identify children coming from dysfunctional families or problematic homes, so that you stop it then and there? You can rehabilitate those children, give them attention, and try and sort the problem out there. Do you have the capacity of trainers to train those that train police officers and things? That's the question. Having said that, I would like to know the capacity, particularly in the cybercrime, which seems to be on the rise at this particular given time. At the same time, I just want to congratulate SAPS on some of their great successes, particularly with Hawks and things that they are making at this point of time. What are you doing to try and prevent SAPS officers from being poached, if that's the term I must use, by law enforcement authorities like the city of Cape Town and many other metros, because they get better benefits and things, and so they are leaving the force, and also the private sector as well. Now, on the issue of the infrastructure, I'm not satisfied. What I'd like to know, what monitoring system or evaluation system do you have? I want to give you one good example. If you look at the state of Nondweni police station in rural KwaZulu-Natal, but leave that one. Let's go to the commercial crime unit in Bellville and look at the state of that building and the working conditions under which these officers have to work. There is no even privacy when they have to even interview people. But if you look at Nondweni, they don't even have toilets, Chairperson, not even toilets. That's how bad the situation is. And I know a lot of this falls under infrastructure, that public works. But obviously, we know that because your budget is not speaking for the entire needs of SAPS. What are you going to do about it? That's why I say give us a clearer picture of what is going on. But more importantly, how are you monitoring or evaluating the needs at grassroots level? That brings me to my next question. How are you speaking to different role players? Now, police stations are being put up after communities have already been placed there, informal settlements. There's no police stations there, or there's community malls and things that are mushrooming there, which is the police does not have the capacity to be able to deal with it, meaning that when any shopping center is put up or any community development, that police department must be one of the role players to engage, so that they would be able to take that into consideration, so that you will be able to provide policing in that particular area. Then I go to the issue of the workload. Detectives are sitting with some of them 200 dockets, 100 dockets, 150 dockets. Let us be honest, it's impossible with limited resources, because often they are sharing even the cars. They share the motor vehicles. So it makes it very, very difficult to do. Then when you talk about role players, liquor boards, local authority. Liquor boards giving licenses to 2 o'clock, and the local authorities are increasing it 24 hours. And this is where a lot of your crime is coming. Are you getting joy? Are you communicating? Are they coming to the party to deal with this and reduce the number of hours so that we could deal with it? Then I talk about the rotational system, that in order to try and limit corruption and collusion, and not necessarily because police sometimes want to collude with criminals, their lives are also at risk, at danger, particularly with the power that gangsters drug lords and criminals still today. And now the rotational system will help if you move them around. But if you had housing provided at the necessary station, it makes it a lot easier. What do you believe if firearms are completely eradicated in South Africa and sharp objects, which I know that there used to be stop and searches before, what can we do about these things to reduce? Because these are some of the items that are used particularly for high levels of crime. Do you think if we do away with firearms completely, leave them in the hands of law enforcement for a period of time until we totally eradicate it, do you think it will solve a lot of the problem, and what needs to be done? Are you budgeting for your additional cost, diesel? Because diesel, you can see in the health department alone, is run to 700 million in the last year because of load shedding. And also security because of the load shedding, and many of your police stations, because police stations need security today. Generators are not working. I've been to Goodwood police station the other day, not working. Point police station, not working. These are some of the problems that we are actually experiencing on the ground. Now, you know, despite the fact that I know at the last time we were told by police that the justice system is cooperating, my understanding is it is not. Justice system is not helping the police. Police is arresting, justice system wants it off the road. You know, I'm sitting with the case, but fortunately it has just gone, and no fault of the police. 5 years after this 5-year-old child that has been raped, the case is only going on today because the courts have been postponing these matters all the time. Now, will you consider an imbizo, and I know my colleague spoke about it, but an imbizo of a different kind? An imbizo that brings in all the different stakeholders that are reason and cause of why there is such high levels of crime, so that police can engage with them and explain to them your plight, that you have to deal with this because they are failing. And good examples would be housing, there's not proper street lighting, you know, so in a high unemployment rate. So we need to bring all these rotaries. Will you consider that as well? Okay. Overtime that police officers are facing and things like that, what are you doing about additional transport for them to make sure that they are safe when they get home and they come back? Then on the 20th of March, we speak about, and I think people to a very large extent are misunderstanding it. You've deployed a lot of people at a very high cost. Defense Force alone was hundreds of millions of rands. It's not sustainable. So if people are expecting the same thing every day from the police, it's not possible. What we need to do is eradicate crime, reduce crime by dealing with the contributing factors. Now, very important thing, public works. Do you believe you'll do a better job if you take control of your building, maintenance of your buildings and things? Are you getting enough satisfaction from public works? I know not. And that is the reason why the state of the police stations are the way they are. What do you believe is the solution to that problem so that we can try and eradicate that, so that you can also start owning your buildings instead of, like my colleague is saying, look at the amount of money that we are spending on leases. How much of your money you think that is going towards claims, legal claims, you know, against the South African police services, which could be better used to deliver services to our people? Promotion system is something that many officers are complaining about. Some of them are saying they are in one rank for about 20, 23 years. And added to that is there are certain ranks, and I'm not 100% chair through you to minister, where that even though they get an improvement in rank, but the salary scale appears to be exactly the same. Yeah, I think for now, these are some of the things I'd like attended, but very importantly, I'd like you to deal with the plight of the police officers and with National Treasury, with them, you know, exempting from tax. I think that will motivate them, and probably we'll probably get more, you know, better service from our police officers. And then lastly, the issue of wellness. Now, I know we have a program, but I think it's inadequate through you, Chairperson, and the Minister. If you notice the number of police officers that are either committing suicide or committing crimes against their own partners, and it is as a result of also the kind of work they do, the trauma that they face. I visited the Port Elizabeth police station once when their member was gunned down. That entire station was traumatized. Now, I believe there's not enough being doing on a continued basis to assess the state of mind of police officers, given the kind of work that they are doing. And then together with that is the issue of lifestyle audits regularly to be able to monitor if there's something, one is moving from one extreme to the other one. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Honorable members, I am being extremely lenient with you. Can you please understand that if you are going to take every specific case and repeat what you have said for the past 5 years, we are going to finish by 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock tonight. It is now 11 o'clock. On average, it is taking each member with your questions and your answers 1 hour. So it's 11 o'clock. If we continue with this pace, the earliest we will finish is 10 o'clock tonight. So from the members and the side of SAPS, this is our last budget hearing. You have to prepare yourself to finish at 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock, or else you must be shorter with your questions. Ask your main questions and give your main inputs. The more you concentrate on specifics, which you can ask SAPS in writing, the longer you will be sitting here. So if you ask about specific police stations and give specific examples, please note you will be busy until 11 o'clock tonight. Let me not tell you now, and then it doesn't happen. I'm telling you now, and it is going to happen, so that you do not apologize by 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock, when I've already warned you that if we continue at this rate, you must prepare yourself to work until 10 o'clock tonight. Minister and SAPS, you may respond now.
Thanks, Chairperson. We hear your warnings, Chair. Chair, the first comment question from the Honorable Sheikh says, what will it take for police to fight crime? That's a very packed and pregnant kind of question and statement that could be debated until the 10 o'clock that you are talking about, Chair. Chair, if you go back to visible policing, you realize that the special forces, your TRT, your NIU, your special task force, all of them, they take less money than the POP, public order policing. Almost all of them combined, they make that 2 billion. If that money could have been taken of the POP to fighting crime, life would be much easier and better. POP is nothing else but fighting the crimes of the failed sister departments. That's the only thing. Almost every morning, National Chairperson, as you monitor the situation, there are about 20 protests around the country. It will be for water, it will be for electricity, it will be for potholes. So police, they spend a lot of money, lot of energy fighting things that would have been better addressed by the sister departments. I kicked the dust one morning when I was warned that we must send police. I think it was in Mkijimi, Inoke Mkijimi municipality in Eastern Cape. I can't remember which one. For the morning, because there will be a protest. I asked why mayor and the councillors and all people responsible can't wake up and address those people rather calling the police. So that's one area on that one, that if all of us can do our work in our different departments, if fees must fall, can be addressed by education. If things like Nehau, we spend a lot of resources, a lot of time dealing with the Nehau things, though we were blamed and all that kind of thing. We spend a lot of time dealing with the prisoners that have come out of prison, the infamous one that is happening at the present moment. So what will it take, Honorable Sheikh, is that people, if they do their work, it will really reduce the work of the police. But also you raise a serious issue of the well-being of the police. Indeed, I made it a policy that we bury police that have died in the line of duty. And you can see those mostly are young people that die there because they're on the line of duty, and the conditions that you raised. Those police, they live in the same place where the communities live. As they do their work during the day, they remember that night they have arrested them and all that kind of thing. But more so, police fall in a gap where they don't qualify for any form of RODP, but they don't qualify for the form, except the top archers coming from level 13 up, that the subsidy. So indeed, Honorable Member, the point that you have raised of getting the special dispensation, of which one has tried, yes, I would agree, not at the present time as a minister, but as a national commissioner, that was tried to say at least level 12 down, if they can be allowed not to pay the tax, it will ease their life. Well, we were told that they were in the same category with teachers, with nurses and all that, of which I don't agree very much because of the danger that the police they face. The last that I would really like to add on this one, Chairperson, yesterday we had the JCPS cluster, all the ministers met, and we have agreed that we'll have to continue to work better together. As such, we have agreed to go to Western Cape to meet the cluster there, the security cluster, because Chair, police are raising their frustrations. For instance, police are saying, what next do we do? There, the last quarter, 4,552 people were arrested in Western Cape for GBH. Out of that 4,500, of 4,050 are on bail for GBH. People that are arrested for illegal firearms, 270 of them arrested, 214 are on bail. People arrested for theft of ferrous and non-ferrous, there are 482, 436 are on bail. But we are trying to address this thing, but that's what police are raising. What next? Where do we go when everybody you arrest comes back to the circulation, and some of them repeat these things? But I would argue that is an internal matter, all of us that who are working on it. Chairperson, I'll end by saying it will be really good if the welfare of the police, their remuneration, and the understanding that they are of a special kind, they face a lot of danger, they deal with hardcore criminals out there. So to give them the better deal, it will really help. It will motivate them. It will make them to be more committed. I'm not saying they're not committed, but the kind of work they do is heavy, and it would be good that their well-being, as a government, as a nation, we have an extra appreciation of the work the police do. Thanks.
Thank you very much, National Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. and honorable members. Indeed, we are working on a document to that effect. What the minister said, what Honorable Sheikh Imam asked as to what is needed to do policing in the country. We'll work on such a document. On salary increase, I think I already said we will pursue our negotiations. And of course, also the suggestions that the Honorable Sheikh Imam is coming forth, we will advance them again for possible free housing for the police members, and also including the matter around not paying tax. We'll try and make sure that we negotiate better working conditions for the members this current financial year. In terms of policing curriculum, Honorable Chairperson, some tertiary institutions do have policing curriculum that is being offered. The only problem is some of those students, when they finish, they don't make it in terms of the psychometric test, but some do make it. And we did introduce it some years ago. It's something that we will continue to do. The poaching of police members by the private sector and or metro. As you are aware, we try to improve our salary and other privileges like we did with the service allowance recently. But unfortunately, we can't match some of those private sector or other metros because they offer quite good packages. But yes, some of the members, they do see greener pastures when they are this side, but when they get there, they find they are not as green as they think. And now and then we do advertise posts for re-enlistment, especially from the lower levels up to level 10. We do now and then do re-enlistment. So yes, it's tough to compete with the private sector in certain instances. With regard to liaison with other role players, yes, we do our organizational development now and then to get reports from municipalities when they want to start either be a mall or it's a new development. They do engage us, but the only problem, it happens on the last minute. When they engage us, they say we are going to build a mall at such and such a place starting in a month or 2 months period. And our processes of building a police station cannot run as fast as the private sector in terms of how fast they are doing the buildings of either a mall or a new development. The question whether we will do away with firearms, will it reduce crime? Well, we think that is in an ideal country, that would be the goal. Of course, if there are countries like, I think a country like Mozambique next door, it is only their law enforcement that are allowed to carry private firearms. Civilians are not allowed. There are those few in very exceptional circumstances that are allowed. But whether that will be a deal for South Africa, I would not be able to say yes or no at the current stage. And as our people have got their own constitutional rights and so on. I will then ask firstly General Limpani and followed by General Fani to respond on the other questions that I were not answered, and General Zie also to respond. I'll first start with General Zie, General Limpani, and then General Fani. Thanks, Honorable Chair.
You have
Thank-
5 minutes left.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and good morning
On
to you,
this,
Honorable.
on this session, all of you have 5 minutes left. If your minister answers and you have little time, I'm keeping time now, or else you're going to finish at 11 o'clock. So you have 5 minutes left.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members, the Minister of Police and the Deputy Minister, the National Commissioner, and all other colleagues that are in the platform. Chairperson, I'll be very quick. I'll just respond to the 2 questions that were raised by Honorable Member Sheikh Imam on the issue of the promotions. I know it has always been his concern, Chairperson. And what I can indicate, Chairperson, is that ourselves as the employer SAPS, together with our 2 unions, POPRU and SAPU, were in engagements in terms of coming up with a new promotion policy that will be affordable, that will see, us, towards making sure that our members get the promotions that they deserve. And what I can also indicate, Chairperson, is that in this current financial year, the CFO also gave us an allocation in terms of the number of police officers that we can promote later during this financial year. So we'll be looking at those, but I know it will just be a dent in terms of the number of members that are qualifying currently. But we are at SSBC, we are in talks with our labor to come up with a more affordable promotion policy. On the issue of the wellness, Chairperson, yes, the wellness of our employees remains at the center of what we are supposed to do as the organization or as the management of SAPS. And as Chairperson is aware that we do have the EHW environment within HRM space, and there are some proactive and reactive interventions that they continuously provide to our members, Chairperson. So this we are also looking into, Chairperson. If Chairperson recall, we did submit an implementation plan last year in terms of what we actually targeted to do in as far as wellness is concerned. And I can indicate, Chairperson, that there is progress in terms of the implementation plan that we submitted before the portfolio committee in the previous financial year. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. NESCOM, are you done?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Unless General Fani just to respond on the matter around buildings.
General Fani?
Yes, and on the use of fuel for generators, Honorable Chair, the last financial year, you recall that, or when you look at our budget, that the expenditure in terms of goods and services in all provinces have increased. And part of the driver there was the spending on fuel, which involved both vehicles, but also the new driver was the usage on generators, which shot up the expenditure. So yes, the generators to increase costs. General Fani?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. All protocol observed. We have devolved and non-devolved buildings or police stations for South African Police Service. We have budget allocation for the monitoring, for condition monitoring of the buildings. We have capacitated ourselves in SAPS with regards to making sure that we do conditional monitoring and repairing and maintaining of our buildings. We will spread it out over the MTF, depending on budget allocation. However, the non-devolved police stations are still the responsibility of Public Works, and they are managing that program for us. We are forging ties to ensuring that we manage that program tightly, but there are challenges that we're experiencing in that space. And those discussions and conversations are ongoing, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
General Fani, how many letters have you sent as SAPS, NESCOM, and Minister to these various departments? And do you have evidence of these interactions you have had with these various departments? From the Minister to the NESCOM to your office and your predecessors?
Yes, Honorable Chair, the accounting officer has delegated to me that responsibility. I have written numerous in my capacity and in my predecessors as well as the accounting officer, we have escalated some, and he has written in that effect to Public Works. Even the minister has taken an initiative. Recently, there has been communication and engagement through the ministerial office to ensure that we speed up the implementation of both the capital project, the leasing environment, as well as the condition monitoring with regards to repair and maintenance of our properties. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. That takes us to our next honourable member, Honourable Whitfield.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I won't use the full half an hour and we'll hopefully make up some time. Chairperson, I first of all want to say that in the last few weeks and obviously over the last couple of years, I think we've all met some incredible South African Police Service members who go way beyond
My apologies, Honourable Whitfield. I see Honourable Majosi's hand is up. May I just take her to see if there's any problem shares? Honourable Whitfield, is that okay?
That's fine. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Honourable Majosi, do you have any problem you'd like to bring to my attention?
Yes, Chair. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to the SAPS, the Minister and the Deputy Minister, and all honourable members. No, mine, Chair, I would have wanted SAPS. I'm not sure if they have, because I ran out of a meeting just now, so that I do not lose an opportunity to raise this question. But
Honourable Majosi,
yes.
it is Honourable Whitfield's opportunity to speak now. I'll give you an opportunity after Honourable Whitfield.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Right. Thank you, Honourable Whitfield. My apologies for interrupting you. You may continue.
No, that's fine, Chair. Allow me just to thank all of those hardworking SAPS members who do go above and beyond the call of duty. They have to work under very difficult circumstances due to a range of constraints and complaints and issues that affect policing in South Africa. But I think it's important that we acknowledge those who do work very, very hard under very, very difficult circumstances. Some of those circumstances which should be and can be rectified by senior management within the South African Police Service, but simply have not been sufficiently addressed. I do want to remark, Chairperson, that COE has risen from around 70% of the budget to over to nearly 80% of the budget, yet there are nearly 20,000 less employees in the South African Police Service over that same period. And so while the budget limps along at between 2 and 3% growth in each program, we've seen the cost of employment increase dramatically over the last 10 years, while the number of personnel has actually declined. And we need to understand what the rationalization and restructuring has actually achieved in terms of reducing the number of highly paid senior managers who sit behind desks in Pretoria and other provincial offices, rather than ensuring we deploy those resources to where it really matters, which is on the ground. And I don't necessarily subscribe to the answer that the 10,000 new recruits every year for the next 3 years is the answer to the problem. What we need is a lean and efficient organogram of highly trained individuals who are actually yielding an impact and not simply producing reports. So when it comes to restructuring, I specifically want an answer on the reduction in the number of senior management positions and generals, rather than middle management and lower management and foot soldiers. Chairperson, I would like an explanation on the cost of living allowance, which was referenced in the presentation. If we could just get some indication. We do know that the cost of living is very hard on ordinary South Africans, mostly on those who don't even earn a salary. So we just need an explanation as to whether this was a SAPS directive or whether this was across all government departments. Chair, I would also like to thank the committee for their support in the fight against the DNA backlog, which this committee can be very proud of, probably the greatest achievement of this committee over the last few years. And it has yielded tremendous results. And I fear that nothing really would have been done if it wasn't for this committee raising those issues, identifying in the 2019-20 financial year the major decline in performance in the second quarter of that financial year, and really driving this process as hard as we did. So thank you to you, Chair, but we now need to turn our focus in the same vein as a unified voice and combining all of our energy and resources to focus on issues like drug analysis and the backlog there. I think that every time we're able to win a battle, and the DNA backlog battle is still ongoing, but we're certainly making progress, that we need to make sure we identify areas where we can throw our muscle behind low-hanging fruit that we can try to rectify. So I'd like some feedback today on the state of drug analysis in our forensics division, specifically the backlogs therein, which have come to me as a complaint directly from SAPS members who are not able to do their jobs properly and make sure that criminals are locked up the way that they should. I think it's also important, Chairperson, that this committee focuses our attention very, very directly onto crime intelligence, which is broken. And this is not my opinion. This is the opinion and the feeling of SAPS officers and some station commanders across the country, that crime intelligence is not producing the quality of intelligence that is required in order to be effective in preventing crime and even reacting to certain crimes. We've seen a dramatic increase in kidnappings over the last 10 years. We've seen a dramatic increase in rhino poaching, as well as police stations being broken into and police officers being killed. Now, crime intelligence is nowhere to be seen. We simply have to get an answer on what SAPS's plans are to rebuild the capacity of crime intelligence. And herein, I specifically want to know what the state of vacancies are within the crime intelligence division, what's being done to fill those vacancies. And then insofar as technology is concerned, Chairperson, I don't want to go into the long saga of the spy grabber technology that was supposed to be deployed, wasn't deployed, was deployed at Nasrec, whatever the story is. We need to know what SAPS is doing to capacitate crime intelligence with the appropriate technology and capacity building in terms of the intelligence environment to make sure that we have highly trained operatives that are gathering proper intelligence and producing quality reports so that we are able to prevent crime. SAPS has become technologically challenged, which is an unfortunate state of affairs in the 21st century, where our criminals have become a lot more modern and capable with technology than we do, whether it's rhino poaching syndicates with night vision goggles and 375s with silencers on them that are able to take out significant numbers of rhinoceros without any form of response from our endangered species and stock theft units and anti-poaching members. There have been some successes, but those successes are a drop in the ocean, Chairperson, and I think that's just one example of where crime intelligence could play a much more meaningful role in coordinating together with private anti-poaching units, private security, and SAPS to make sure that we prevent these crimes from taking place. And on the subject of technology, Chair, in response to a question from Honorable Shembeni some time ago, the Minister of Police indicated that SAPS was going to be procuring 166 drones, or UAVs, I think they referred to as. Now, in 2019, in the annual performance plan, we first saw drones appearing in those documents. What are the current plans? By when will those drones be procured? And how many pilots have been trained in order to make sure that they are manned properly to ensure that we're able to effect proper rural policing and give effect to the rural policing strategy, which is really at the moment just a bureaucratic paper-based system which hasn't really yielded any tangible results. But I think that drones as a means of technology, which is available in the private sector and amongst criminals, should be something that SAPS is prioritizing, and we need an answer on that today. I also want to make a comment, Chairperson, that if we look at the documents that are before us and we understand how important it is to make sure that we make every use of every single cent that we have to respond to crime, and while nearly 80% of the budget is spent on our employees within the South African Police Service, it doesn't leave much to do the rest of the work that needs to be done effectively. But what makes it even more difficult, Chairperson, is centralized procurement, which is suffocating station commanders at station level, good people who are trying to get things done, vehicles on the road, diesel into generators. Procuring 50 liters of diesel for a generator at a time and having to go through mountains of red tape is simply not acceptable for people who are trying to do their job. Trying to put tires on cars, brake pads on vehicles, and getting the basic functions right in this centralized red tape environment needs to change, and I'd be interested to hear the comments on that. And then lastly, Chairperson, I think it's important that the committee is appraised. It seems though it was in the document under the crime intelligence report that, talking about security clearances, what the current status of the security clearance for the National Police Commissioner is, and what the implications are for classified reports which the National Police Commissioner has in his possession or has had insight into, such as the Kinnear report, amongst other classified matters for which he would require security clearance. I think it is completely unacceptable that a National Police Commissioner was appointed without that security clearance. We can't come to Parliament and present about successes on security clearance while the National Police Commissioner did not have his security clearance approved when he was appointed. Chairperson, those are my questions and my comments, and I'd appreciate very specific answers to those. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Whitfield. Again, Honorable Minister and National Commissioner, it is unacceptable if you're going to tell me that state security has the responsibility for security clearances. The National Commissioner was a deputy when he was appointed the National Commissioner. So are you saying that as a deputy he did not have security clearance? And how many of your deputies and your provincial commissioners now have security clearances and how many do not have security clearances? If you do not have the figures, can you just specifically respond to the matter of the National Commissioner? Honorable Minister, over to you.
Well, thanks, Chair. Starting maybe where you ended, it's unfortunate, Chair. Exactly what you said, I must not tell you, is what I'm going to tell you. That the National Commissioner, his clearance is not done by the SAPS, it's done by the SSA. Maybe again, in the meeting that we had yesterday with the cluster and with the new Minister of SSA in the presidency, we have been having this cross-checking because except the National Commissioner, the rest, even at the higher echelon of a higher level of management, will be done by SAPS. We think we need to change that. It should be the cross that SSA does SAPS and SAPS does SAA. That's one thing that we are working on. But I have even yesterday reminded the minister to say, can they do this one quick, which is the question of expiry date of the National Commission that happened in 2018, if I'm not mistaken. Chairperson, it's across the board in the cabinet situation that all DGs are employed at the preliminary, and then there is a timeline where they're supposed to come with the final kind of report. I think twice now, one has reminded the minister to be assisted on the matter. That includes yesterday, Chairperson. Chairperson, I would concur with Honorable Whitefield on the question of DNA. Indeed,
Honorable Minister, before you continue, you're not answering the question of Honorable Whitfield. SAPS is supposed to be implementing the law, and you have the responsibility of oversight and law enforcement. Are you thus saying that you are breaking the law and the National Commissioner is breaking the law? The National Commissioner has no security clearance to read top secret documents. It means you are breaking the law. As simple as that. Whether it's state security or not, it is a matter of intelligence and security of the country. It's a matter of national security. And you are undermining the security of the country. If I am wrong, please tell me I'm wrong. This is our last meeting of Oversight, Minister, and it will go into our report to Parliament.
Chairperson, there are laws, you are correct. One of the law is that the state security must grant us the clearance of the National Commissioner. I guess the capacity that you have in the South African Police of Crime Intelligence would have done that, but that would have been breaking the law again. As I've said, that I have appealed to my sister organization and the sister minister. Really, beyond that, I can't do anything except reminding them. And I say, the cabinet employs DGs, and that included the DG we are having, which is South African Police Service Commissioner. And they have the policy to say, you employ them on the preliminary, and then you work on their permanent. That's a cabinet decision, is not the ministerial decision. So both of those decisions, one, cabinet, secondly, is a sister minister, of which I've said I'm trying to push as much as I can so that we get the clearance, Chair. That would be my answer on the matter.
Minister, what you are simply confirming, indirectly or directly, is that we have a national commissioner who's acting outside of the scope and framework of the law. It is as simple as that. Whether it is the responsibility of state security or not. You said there is a timeline within which he is supposed to have security clearance as a DG or a national police commissioner. That timeline has lapsed. You are saying 2018. So it means that when he was a deputy national commissioner, he did not have security clearance. Could I please have this investigated? Could I have a legal opinion on this before we make this statement? It will go into the tablings of the committee report. Minister, this is a very, very serious matter. We will do this legal assessment before we take it to Parliament. It is a very serious matter. Thank you very much. Minister, you can indicate who's going to respond. We still have Groenewald and the chairperson before we take a break. So we are really, really taking a lot of time.
So you are cutting me off as I was responding. I can stop.
No. You can continue, Minister.
Okay.
I was asking you to continue and explain to me. I'm not cutting you off. Today, Minister, I said you have as much time as possible to answer.
Thanks, Chair.
Minister, you are not going to cabinet, and a special cabinet has been called. So I respect every time and single minute that you are spending with us, Minister. Every single minute and second you are here. And this is, as I'm saying, it's our last budget evaluation. And I respect the report that we are going to be presenting to Parliament. that report will stand for the next 5 years. So I have the greatest respect for the report I'm going to write on this committee, which will be endorsed by this committee. It will be an assessment and evaluation of our work and your work and the work of SAPS and all your units. So I have a great respect for what we are doing right now. So Minister, you have all the opportunity to speak. Thank you very much, Minister.
Well, thanks for acknowledging that I had to apologize to Cabinet today to be here. That is meeting as we speak. Chair, on the clearance matter, you have given the way forward. We'll follow that one led by yourself. On the DNA, I would like really to thank the Portfolio Committee, concur with Honorable Whitefield, that we were all pushed and to be where we are today. Though we have given the reasons, we are just hopeful that we'll never go back where we were when it comes to this backlog. That chairperson includes what General Finance said, that we are trying to correspond with sister departments. Those are responsible for our functioning. With the new Minister of Public Works, I've already written the letter requesting the other wing. I'm sure the head, our capable head of laboratory in Kabeja did tell you that they would like to get the more space to expand there. We have already done that to write to the minister to say if Public Works can give us the space so that we can expand. So we are pushing with our sister department to give us extra.
Recording stopped.
The question of chemistry, honorable members, it's a matter that we have picked up even long.
Recording in progress.
Question of chemistry, not only chemistry, but all other elements of forensic, your ballistic, the documents, reading of documents and all that are the matters that we are picking up, and we really want to put these laboratories to be maximum functioning in all others. We believe that, especially the new head of Western Cape, that is leading us at the present moment, who has just been promoted, the new brigadier, is really showing us the way and doing much work. We believe is a man of capabilities, not throwing Kaspesh to the previous head, but the present leader will take us through on that one. On intelligence, they'll give extra. But Chairperson, in my preliminary, I did say that we had problem with intelligence. And now we have a permanent person on the intelligence. I must say, if members really observe, I think we're beginning to work. They'll give intricacies, the numbers and all that, but we're beginning to see the fruition and better fruits when it comes to this. I think police have been responding much better and much quicker. If you look the operation in Durban in Morningside, that was intelligence driven. If you look at Sipokeng and you look at others that have happened after that happened in Centurion, those kind of things. If you look, those would be your cashers, but also with the kidnapping, we have really serious successes at the present moment, and you all know that the person who leads that program at the present moment comes from the intelligence, including the Besta issue thing. Could be explained the other time. The intelligence has been involved. We begin to see those fruits. A lot of work still must be done in it, but we're definitely not where we were yesterday when it comes to this environment. Chair, I will end there, and things like drone, how many, I'll ask the National Commissioner to work on that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. National Commissioner.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. I think the CI matter, the Minister answered it. We are rebuilding crime intelligence, yes, but it is not all doom. There's quite a lot of successes coming out of that environment, as the Minister said. Even kidnappings, is quite a lot of successes that we get around kidnapping that come from crime intelligence. But we acknowledge, yes, we are not yet there where we want to be. We are working on that, and we think with additional personnel and technology that we are putting in place, before the end of this year will be where we want to be. With regard to the COE, I'll ask General Dimpane to respond on that. However, also we have to take note that we, over the years, we know we have got quite a number of senior officers at head office. For example, at some point we had 6 deputy national commissioners, which currently we are reduced up to 3. And but also take note, as we have done past weeks of salary increase, that will increase the COE in 10. And but I'll leave for General Dimpane to be specific on that, and also General C and General Mavunga to answer some of the matters. Yes, General Nsia.
Thanks, Chairperson. I'll respond to the question on the issue of the vacancies within crime intelligence, Chairperson. Honorable Woodfield asked that question. I must indicate, Chairperson, that in the previous financial year, we made some good strides, Chairperson, in as far as filling the vacancies within CI. And there were quite a number of vacancies when we started the financial year. And I think the Minister already announced that the position of the Divisional Commissioner for Crime Intelligence was filled, Chairperson. And we have filled in the previous financial year about 322 posts that were requested by Crime Intelligence, ranging from that one of the Divisional Commissioner, as I've mentioned, the supervisory positions, some of the senior management posts, as well as for those individuals that are assisting us with the polygraphy. And I must also indicate that we are also having about 67 positions that are in the process of being filled, and is the supervisory posts as well as some of the senior managers. And out of the 10,000 that were allocated for the current financial year, Chairperson, we are allocating 600 for crime intelligence, also to address, the shortages at station level. And I must also indicate that with other projects that we are planning for the current financial year of the post promotions, will also be giving positions to crime intelligence. They have already submitted a request for about 815 for the post promotions, and we'll be considering those vacancies. But we have made good strides, Chairperson, in as far as capacitating the environment, and they remain in our priority as human resource management, Chairperson, to make sure that they get the necessary personnel that they require to enable them to do the job. Thank you, Chair.
General Dimpane.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will respond. There was a direct question on the issue of cost of living. Is it across government? The answer would be yes. This was across government, and it was as per the National Treasury HRBP tool as well as compensation guidelines. Chairperson will be aware that there is a new PSCBC agreement that has been signed that is effective 1 April 2023 to address this particular matter. In terms of the compensation of employees, increase from 70.9% in the 2009 and 10 financial year up to now. Chairperson, we can ascribe this particular jump to a number of various aspects or factors, such as above inflationary salary increases. We also had additional remuneration benefits as SAPS in terms of housing allowances that were extended to spouses, medical state contributions increasing above inflation, as well as the upgrading of remuneration packages of entry-level employees. These were negotiated through PSCBC and awarded to government employees. So there's quite a number of factors that affect this particular jump in terms of compensation of employees. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. General Mavunda will respond.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to all senior managers, as the member of the portfolio committee as well. I will take the drones question of when are the drones going to come through. Yes, we've advertised a tender for the drones. At the moment, we will be buying about 32 drones that will be in place by end of this first quarter, but we will continue and administer the needs that are required as per the numbers that will be required for the drones. But the 32 will be coming through on quotation basis in this particular period. The technology that is related to the crime intelligence, it is within the crime intelligence space that we want to expand on those technologies, including technologies for the investigations that will go into the social media space, where it would assist such crimes that have been mentioned around the borders. Thank you very much.
What I am here, that takes care of Honorable Whitfield. Could we now go to Honorable Groenewald? Is he still here? He joined us.
Chairperson, all the other members and people on the platform. I joined lately this morning. Chairperson, thank you. Firstly, I'm going to be short and I'm going to have specific questions so that there's ample time to answer those questions. Firstly, Chairperson, I want to start
Recording stopped.
by saying that in our recommendations in the 22 budget, we had made certain recommendations, and one of those was that the SAPS must address the lack of promotion opportunities for officers serving in a rank for more than 10 years. That's a specific, more than 10 years. And now the question is, has a renegotiation of the promotion police tabled at the SSSBC been finalized? If so, what was the outcome? If not, why not? My second question, Chairperson, is about recruits. And yes, there are many arguments. People say, give us more members in the police services. I'm not necessarily agree with that if you have more members in the police services, that you can and will have better results. It is about the quality of the members in the police services. So we had now these two intakes where the president in his final address said that we're going to recruit more members. The last one, I think, was 10,000. But Chairperson and I have raised this in a question to the president as well, and I didn't didn't receive any feedback. The problem is that the question is, what is the present status and the state of our training facilities? And we know that there was a problem in terms of the trainers. There's a shortage of trainers for these people. Our facilities cannot accommodate them properly. And in fact, the training capacity of trainers is below than 30%. So how can you ensure that there is proper training, quality training? And that's where the difference comes in with quantity and quality. So I am not convinced that there is quality training because of the shortage. So I would like to have an update on that and what steps are going to be taken to ensure. And I mean, those people are in the system already. What is the police services doing to ensure proper training? The next issue, Chairperson, the third question, if I can put it that way. I had a meeting yesterday evening with the community in Stilfontein, and it was about the police. And it was worrying to hear that there were many complaints about the 10111. And then it was said that the police station in Stilfontein in 2010 received a power generator. It broke down about in 2013. It appears it belongs to Public Works. And if there's load shedding, there's no electricity for Stilfontein police station because they are not allowed to fix the generator and they don't receive a new generator. So everything is down. So it was also said that there will be a command center personnel were transferred from the Public Service Act to the SAPS Act, and personnel received training. It was also said that the individual performance of call takers is monitored on the Cisco telephone management system, but not all centers have the system. Now, my question is, how many centers do not have this call system? I'm sure Stilfontein is not one of them. So my question specific is that, and I put the Stilfontein issue specifically and ask that I receive answers on what is going to be done to ensure that there is a generator. And it's not that I single out Stilfontein, because I am sure that there are many other stations that's exactly in the same position. My fourth question, Chairperson, is actually the most concerning one. Can I just say, I didn't get the answer on the question on rural safety, specifically on the drones. Maybe I've missed it, but can I just have an update on that? I don't think the Honourable Whitfield's question was answered on that. My apology if you did, because sometimes I'm on and then off because of load shedding. Chairperson, my last issue is my worry about the detective services, and it's about the detection rate. Now, you can have as many members as you wish in the police services, and you can do what training, but if the detective services are not up to standard, then crime is not going to be fought effectively. Because in the end, to ensure that criminals pay the price, that they go to jail, depends on the investigation by detective services. Now, Chairperson, I've asked the question in Parliament to the Honourable Minister, which is answered, and I want to give you one example. It was about mass murders in South Africa. And from the answer from the Honourable Minister, there was from 2019 till the 30th of December of 22, 5,709 people were murdered in mass murder incidents. In those incidents, 1,511 people were arrested, and all of them went to court. Now, the disturbing fact is, Honourable Chair, is that only 103 of the 1,511 people appeared in court were found guilty. That's a success rate of only 6.8%. It actually means that 1,408 people arrested, investigated, dockets compiled, went to court, but they just got, can I say, free. And that indicates that there was something wrong with the investigation. So my question is, how is the police services going to ensure, first, that we, can I say, ensure that the capacity in our detective services is increased? Chairperson, it's unacceptable that the detective have about 200 to 300 files on dockets on its desk. It's impossible. And that's why criminals are getting away with crime. So what is the department going to do to ensure the capacitation of the detective services? If I look at the slides, it's slide 57 and slide 58 on the detective services, and we look at the detection rate for contact crimes, we see, as far as the detection rate is concerned, as far as the detection rate for contact crimes against women 18 years and older is concerned, and even if detection rate for contact crimes against children below 18 years, it says on these slides, in all three of those cases, the situations, the detection rate has declined progressively over the medium term. However, the division, Detective and Forensic Services, has developed an action plan to address underperformance. Chairperson, I would like to have and see and hear what is that action plan to know how we're going to address this matter, because it's a serious matter. That's why rapists and all those criminals are getting away. Criminals don't fear the criminal justice system anymore. Lastly, Chairperson, it links up with the forensics and the situation around that. I mean, the Honourable Minister said by the end of January, there will be no backlog. No backlog. But if you look and read the newspapers, it says that there was a netball trainer, or there is a netball trainer from KZN who was accused of rape. But there's a good chance that this case will be dropped because they are waiting for 18 months now for the DNA results. There's another one. It was a woman raped in the Air Force at the Hoedspruit Air Force Base. That was already in 2020. The police is still waiting for the DNA results to ensure that there's a successful, can I say, appearance in the court. So firstly, Honourable Minister, you said no backlog, but there is still a backlog. Can I have a final figure on the present backlog as far as that is concerned? And lastly, Chairperson, and it's not a question, I think it's unfair towards the Commissioner of Police to operate with the situation where he hasn't got a top secret clearance that's valid. He had one before. And my question to the Honourable Minister is, did he approach the President because of this situation? Because the State Security Agency is part of the Presidency. The President appoints the Commissioner of Police. And if the Minister approached the President, what was his answer? If not, why not? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Groenewald. Dr. Groenewald, I think that the last question that you have posed and statement which you have made is a very critical question and statement for today. It would really be of huge and grave concern for this committee if we do not have this matter attended to immediately. Honorable Minister.
Well, Chairperson, to the Honorable Doctor, the last question, there is a, rather than the President, Honorable Groenewald, there is a minister there who is responsible for the intelligence in the office. As I've said, even yesterday, I spoke to her, which will be, I guess, second or third time speaking to her about the matter. So on that one, I haven't really found the reason of going straight to the President, having discuss the matter with my counterpart in the presidency, Honorable Chair Njabel. That's that. Yes, I have touched presidency, though he's not president per se, but he's a minister who's responsible for the SSA. Thanks,
Honorable Chair, sorry, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair.
Apologies for the interruption, Minister. Yes, Dr. Groenewald.
Honorable Chair, I want to say to the Honorable, because it's part of my 30 minutes, to the Honorable President, yes, Minister, I heard he said he approached the Minister responsible. That's not good enough.
Honorable Groenewald, are you still there?
Yes, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear and see you, Ms. Honorable Member.
Okay,
I'm having a problem. Dr. Groenewald?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we missed you. Can you just repeat, please?
In short, Chairperson, I heard what the Honorable Minister said, but I think it's not good enough to just go to his counterpart as far as SSA is concerned, because we are waiting for more than a year now, and I would request to go directly to the President, because I see that there is a responsibility on the President to ensure that this process is speeded up. And I want to iterate again, it is unfair towards the Commissioner of Police to expect that he must function 100% fully if this is a sword over his head. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Groenewald. Honorable General Minister.
I'll take the advice, Chair, that one needs to go beyond the Minister on the matter. Chair, Honorable Groenewald comes from the background of understanding this environment much better. I would really not concur with him on the question of him not looking at quantity. For me, I'll look at both quantity and quality. I fully agree with you that we need to deal with quality. But on policing, quantity, the numbers that are there, they count a lot. For instance, the first member did allude on the members that were seen there, and the nation was asking every day, where do you keep this police? Why there are so many and all that? And they want to see these police in every corner of the street. So it will be important to increase the numbers and those numbers sustained and maintained in that level, so that it's not an expensive exercise all the time. You increase them. Fully will stay with numbers and will love to get more and more numbers. In many countries, especially those the countries in the East, every corner you go, you see the cop. And when you go to Beijing, you go to Kuala Lumpur, you go to those cities there, you see a cop in every corner. That could be also in New York and all that. So that's a part of the numbers of the police. Indeed, quality, I think generals will be here in terms of training. But we know that out of the members that are trained at the basic, we still get a lot of them to go for specialization. For instance, already 4,000 has been recruited from the last 10,000 to be further trained on the POP. I know that another number, I can't remember the number, they're taken to the special colleges where they're going to be specializing in the TROT, NIU, and all that. So you keep improving on numbers, but you keep improving in the quality of those members that are there. The intricacies of detection and detectives, we fully agree, is unacceptable that members will carry so many dockets which will make them look like failures, whereas they are not. Chair, I think the General Nsia did say we have we're getting members for further training in the new recruits on this. This policy of retirement at 55 has really messed us up, especially in this environment, because training, it does not replace experience. So yes, they are trained, but they have to gain the experience for a long time. And most of the environment that retire here, they retire at 55, which means they run away with 5 years of that experience and 5 years of dishing the experience to the people that they are supposed to be training. But also, we have agreed that while many members get more other incentives, for instance, if you deploy them in other those that are deployed as we speak in places like Manguzi, they get extra remuneration, they get SNT, they get the extra money in terms of overpay. There is less kind of that when it comes to detectives. So we have agreed that we'll have to increase the well-being and the better payment of the detectives and better retention strategy of there is one thing that we have identified that we need to do, that the National Commissioner and the rest of environment, they are working on. But we do need to have to improve their well-being and better conditions. Chairperson, I had the figures raised by the honorable member from the answer, but I must put on the table that the latest figures as late as last week is that there is 44% overpopulation in our prisons. 44% overpopulation, and almost out of those people, 20,000 of them are lifers, which means among those detectives, there are good that are doing the job, as Honorable Whitefield said, that there are good police out there, no doubt about that. For them to, between 15 and 20,000 are doing life, which means a certain detective did a beautiful job for that judge or magistrate to give life there. Indeed, we do have pockets of excellence within the organization. Yes, we have the pocket of those that are not doing very well, but the capacity lies with us in the ministry, lies with the management to improve the capacity as it has been raised by Honorable Groenewald, and we are working on the capacity going forward. Thank you very much from my side, Chairperson.
Honorable National Commissioner. Thank you, Honorable Commissioner.
Thanks.
Honorable Majosi is running out of time. So Honorable Majosi, if you have left already, you said that you are going to write your questions. Honorable National Commissioner, Honorable Majosi, is she still here?
Yes, I'm still here, Chairperson.
Will you come in or will you leave?
I'm departing now. So if they are still going
All
to
right.
respond, which means I will have to write my questions because I won't have the opportunity to then get in to say what I want to comment on.
Apologies for that, Honorable Majosi. I'll appreciate it if you send your questions, because we would like to include your questions and responses in the committee report. Thank you, Honorable Majosi. National Commissioner, you can continue.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. I will talk about the issue raised about the quality of training that the Honorable Doctor raised. Honorable Chairperson, yes, we recruited 10,000 and we are recruiting again the same number. And where we had shortages, we did have the assistance of our sister department, National Department of the SNDF, which assisted us with facilities. And even in this case now, they are assisting us again with facilities. But however, we're not putting the same big number that we had in the facility to make sure that life is easy. And we also have the assistance of the Department of Correctional Services, where they are assisting us with 2 of their venues. And we do not compromise on quality of training or education, Honorable Chairperson. That standard is still the same at all times. And just to give an example, with the previous intake that passed out in December, we had over 21 of those recruits that failed certain modules, and as such, they were not taken up as police officials because they are not yet competent. We're looking at their matter, and at some point, this current intake, when we reach the date and time when they are doing those modules that they failed, they will be given the opportunity to come and redo the same modules. If they succeed, they will be appointed as police officials, but if they don't, and they will not be. So it is not, that just shows that the quality, we do not compromise on it. With trainers, when one gives the statement that there's a shortage of trainers, yes, as you are aware, we have never trained this big number before, but it's not that there are recruits without trainers. We have called up trainers from various provinces which came in. They were refreshed because they are trainers, and they were put back on training. But General Zulu will elaborate more on this specific one, Honorable Chairperson. And then with the detective standards, thanks, the Minister responded on that. But also just to add that the past financial year, we had 1,803 detectives that were trained at on our capacity. And currently, we are planning for this current financial year to train another 1,200 because of course, limitation in facilities, and of which an additional 475 FCS detectives will also be trained. So that's what we are aiming on, the current detectives. And yes, we do identify in case where there are maybe shortage in terms of either skill or they are overloaded, we attend to those areas. And this afternoon, we are also, there is a presentation to management in terms of how we are going to improve the detective performance. So there are quite men and women out there, detectives, that are doing us quite well. But yes, there are areas that require improvement, which we will attend to, like we are doing this afternoon. Let me ask General Nzia to talk on matters of promotions, and thereafter General Zulu. Thanks, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, National Commissioner. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, on the question of lack of promotions, the question raised by Honorable Grunewald. Chairperson, I can indicate that when the Minister of Police, Minister Tsare, took office in 2018, we were requested to make a submission to him in terms of the number of members that qualified or that were due to be promoted. And at that stage, Chairperson, we had a backlog of about 60,000. And we were then directed to develop a plan to deal with the backlog. And the plan was to run for a period 2018-19 financial year up to 2022-2023 financial year. What I can confirm, Chairperson, is that within the budgetary constraints that we were finding ourselves in as the SAPS, we managed to deal with that backlog, Chairperson. For 2018-2019 financial year, we promoted 22,951. 2019-2020, we promoted 17,340. And 2020-2021, we promoted 341. 21-22, 9,977. And 2022-23, last financial year, we promoted 7,881. In total, we managed to deal with a backlog of 58,490. The number is not adding to 60,000, Chairperson, because some of the police officers left the organization, but we managed to deal with that backlog. What I can also indicate, Chairperson, that the promotions that we are talking about is promotions for the non-commissioned officers, constables to sergeants, sergeants to warrant officers band B1 to warrant officers band B2. But when it comes to the commissioned officers, the captains upwards, these are supervisory positions. And how we address this one's, Chairperson, post will be advertised internally in the organization to allow the captains to apply to become, colonels, or to become lieutenant colonels, and colonels to become, or lieutenant colonels to become colonels. So when it comes to commissioned officers, we do not have an automatic promotion, but officers are allowed to participate in the processes of what we call post-promotion, where posts will be advertised and they will be allowed to participate. The current promotion policy, Chairperson, I can indicate that it is currently sitting at the SSBC. As we are speaking, the SSBC had a strategic session Monday and Tuesday, and today they are having a council meeting, and this issue of the promotion policy is on the agenda of the council. And we believe that parties to the council, Chairperson, this financial year, they will be finalizing a new promotion policy, which should be affordable to deal with the new backlog that we are having. Currently, Chairperson, in terms of the new backlog of those that are 7 years plus that are qualifying, we are sitting at about 26,500. But this financial year, Chairperson will also be focusing on another group of post-promotion. But the policy is currently sitting at the council, and I believe that they will be coming up with the new policy in this financial year, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Honorable Chair, General Zulu.
You may continue.
General Zulu.
Thank you, Chairperson, Minister, honorable members, all protocol observed. I'll be talking in terms of the training related matters that were raised. In terms of the quality of our training, I think the minister already alluded on that, and maybe on extension on that one. We also have the quality assurer, which is the safety and security SETA, which is a SETA that is assisting us in terms of making sure that the training that we are providing, it's quality training. As a result, after the training has been finalized, they come and do a verification and do everything that to check if our results and everything, the assessment that we have done with our training program is meeting the standards of the qualification. Hence, they issue the certificate. So there are systems in place that we put, which is mandatory in terms of how you conduct your training as set by the SASETA, which is regulating the qualification. So we have to abide on, with all those regulations that are being set. And in terms of our trainers will have very experienced trainers. As any other organization, you'll find that some of them, they are leaving, but we still need to also to breed the new trainers. But when we place them in classes or in terms of the platoons, we make sure that we mix the breed. The older ones who have got experience, and we mix them with those that are coming as a novice in terms of training, so that they can exchange the training. As I alluded previously also, that we also depend also to the trainers that are coming from the provinces. Those trainers, they've got even work experience because they are working on the ground. Therefore, they are able also to infuse the experience that they are facing as they are operationally doing their work. So it helps a lot when they start doing the training, because they also assist with the scenarios and everything when they train, our learners. Another, intervention in terms of making sure that we've got our enough trainers. SASETA is always assisting us to make sure that we train the assessors and the moderators, and also they keep them in terms of registering so that they can be able to assess and moderate those that have been trained. We also have our ETDP center that is also assisting the organization to make sure that we've got enough pool of the trainers. And as SAPS, we are a big organization. There's a training that is at the national level, and provinces also, they've got HRD centers, the training centers. Those trainers that are at the HRD centers, they are well trained like those ones that are at the college. So when we detach the trainers for such a big project, we also tap from the HRD centers. As I'm talking, we already received from the province, and thank you to the provincial commissioners, we've received a lot of recommendation on the trainers that will be able to detach with the intake that we are having currently of 8,600. And we also have the contract trainers, those that were retired. We were good, our good trainers that are still fit, which also will be looking in terms of assisting us as we continue with our training. I think this is what interventions that we are doing. And as usual, we'll always try our level best to make sure that we produce the quality police officer who will be able to go and serve the community. Thank you, Chairperson and Minister.
Thank you very much. National Commissioner, are you done?
Thanks, General Mavunda, Honorable Chair.
Are you done now?
Thank you.
No, Honorable Chair, I still have 2 more to go. Thank you.
You may continue.
Thank you, Chair. The 10.111 performance monitoring, 10.111 centers not equipped with Cisco system. There are 8 out of the 21, but others will have a call manager system, which also records such performance of how many calls received, how many calls that were dropped. But as said, there are 8 out of the 21. We keep on upgrading those ones that do not have the Cisco. As we upgrade the network, we keep on upgrading those to the call manager that will give the results that would manage the performance or monitor the performance. The use of drones in rural areas, drones that we will buy will be used at nationally will be used at urban, rural, semi-urban.
Do you have sound?
Thank you.
Right, it's back.
Thank you, Chair. I am done.
General Fani.
Thank you, Chair. The question was asked in relations to the generators. I'll just give the principle that we are operating on. We are having a program to fix all the generators on the devolved stations. We are also looking at the cost of running the generators. Because of a high cost of diesel, we are looking at replacing the generators that have broken down with alternative energy sources, such as inverters or solar panels. We've also been given permission with conditions by Public Works to do a program for installation of alternative energy sources, just the installation, but not the fixing of the broken down generators. What we will do in our program, if the budget allows, we would also look at those that are critical that we need to replace. The condition that was given to us is that we need to use the implementing agent for that work, and they are busy now at the National BAC Bid Adjudication Committee for finalization of appointment of IDT to roll out that implementation program for alternative energy sources for the both devolved and non-devolved. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Honorable members and Honorable General Minister, National Commissioner, Deputy Minister, I'll take the last questions, which were part of the comments I've made thus far. And then we'll take a half an hour break and come back to do the last members who I had indicated, Honorable Peacock, Shembeni, De Blanche, Patrain, Honorable Majosi will send in her comments. So it will be Honorable Peacock, Shembeni, De Blanche, Patrain after the break. The first question that I wanted to make, Honorable Minister and National Commissioner, is how far you have come to identify commercial crimes and to report on commercial crimes, which would include, amongst others, what Honorable Whitfield stated about rhino poaching. It would include illegal mining, scrap metals, the situation now of our electricity infrastructure that has been, the 1 minute we'd say it's sabotage, the next minute we seem to not know what the causes are. At ESCOM, we were told it was sabotage, then we have never received a report. So when you do the crime statistics and when you did the crime statistics, the committee asked that you have a category where you report on economic crime in the country. How far have you come with this? And which indicators do we have when we do our budget report? Which indicators do we have for commercial crimes? I've only heard the indicator on abalone and the illegal activity around abalone. Then I need an explanation as to what happened to the processing of the amendment bills, of those 6 particular bills which you came to Parliament and told Parliament that you would table during these 5 years. I need explanations as to why you have not tabled it. The when is not even applicable anymore. It is not a matter of the leader of government business saying that you cannot do it. It is actually the matter of SAPS that did not prepare the civilian secretariat, that did not prepare these amendment bills in time, and you have now missed the deadline. In our report, we have to report on those bills that you have not processed. The progress on the drafting of legislation has not happened, and we will have a very negative report on the SAPS amendment bill, the stock theft amendment bill, the firearms control amendment bill, the second-hand goods amendment bill, the civilian secretariat for police service amendment bill. We still hope to do the IPID amendment bill, which I have requested the civilian secretariat interacts with Nicolette on a roadmap to ensure that we finish that bill before our term ends. So out of the 6 remaining bills that you said you would bring, we only have hope of 1 coming. It would then mean that 5 outstanding bills would be part of our report. It would be part of the committee report, which will be tabled in Parliament. It will reflect very badly on you as a civilian secretariat and SAPS that this is the 6th administration. This is 29th anniversary of South Africa's first democratic elections. On the 27th of April, this will be the 29th anniversary of South Africa's first democratic elections. After 29 years, Honorable Minister and Honorable National Commissioner, Honorable Deputy Minister, and Acting Director with your entire team at the Civilian Secretariat, are you saying that for more than 20 years, nearly 30 years, more than 20 years, you have been unable to amend the SAPS Act? It's a serious indictment on all of us. So my first is the commercial crimes. The second is the progress on the drafting of legislation. The third one is that we have done a lot of questioning on the community policing forums. Again, more than 20 years, could I have, this is not a question, could I have a report on the community police forums, each community police forum that exists? Because when I asked for a database of the community police forums, a database, I was unable to receive this database. Nicolette, you can send me a message if you have received this database. I am giving you, before I write this report, you have an opportunity to give me your database of community police forums, where they are, and the state and conditions of these police forums. So number 3 is not a question. You have to respond on number 3. You have to respond in writing. Next week, you will be requested to respond if you have not given me that in writing. The next item is number 4 on my list. It is the relevant court rulings on legislation under the Minister of Police. Please, Honorable Minister, the following court rulings have a direct impact on legislation under your administration. Many of this indicates the constitutional invalidity of the various sections of your acts, which are currently in operation. You have not amended these acts as I asked you, and because of these acts, you have had court rulings and court judgments against you. To remind you of this court judgments, you have a constitutional court judgment which declared the Regulation of Gatherings Act as unconstitutional and invalid. All your decisions you have taken under the Regulations of Gatherings of Act, Minister, are illegal and invalid and will be reported to Parliament as such. Not receiving prior notice of a planned gathering has the effect that the police cannot do the necessary planning. So, the extent makes the failure to give notice or the giving of inadequate notice by any person who convened a gathering a criminal offense. Nicolette, you can just help me on that judgment, please. You have not then amended the SAPS Act, and we need to know how this will be remedied. The constitutional clause, Nicolette, can you just assist me in explaining that constitutional court judgment? I can't understand if I have correctly mentioned it. On the second court judgment, the Constitutional Court declared Section 1(2) of the Intimidation Act unconstitutional and invalid. 3, The Constitutional Court declared various sections of the SAPS Act relating to the DPCI summarily unconstitutional, invalid, and was struck off the Act. Again, the SAPS Amendment Bill was supposed to repeal all the provisions of this judgment. Minister, the Constitutional Court declared various sections of the IPID Act unconstitutional and invalid. The Parliament finalized the IPID Bill, which was signed into law by the President as the IPID Amendment Act of 2019. Minister, could you please also, if you cannot respond today, respond to me in writing on a number of these judgments which were found against the Minister of Police. These were found against the Minister of Police. These were court cases which were taken. We'll give you the court case numbers and what you were expected to respond to, Honorable Minister. I do not expect you to answer now. You will have an opportunity to respond in writing. I will also then request that next week when we meet, I will ask you to respond to this, not just in writing, but these questions will be asked to you by the chairperson again. 5, the Minister of Police and others versus Fidelity Security Services. The Constitutional Court ruled that there is a distinction between ownership and possession, and that it is through the limitation of possession that the Act potentially qualifies or limits ownership in public interests. Here, Honorable Minister, can you please come back to me on security services? In fact, the Act confirms ownership of even a forfeited firearm, as it stipulates that the firearm remains the property of the owner until destruction. I'll come back to firearms again, Honorable Minister. 6, the case of residents of the Industry House 5 Davis Street, Doornfontein, and the Minister of Police. High Court found against the Minister of Police. 7, the National Commissioner of Police versus Gun Owners of South Africa. The court granted against the applicants and is constitutionally inappropriate. It violates the principle of separation of powers. It guarantees the unlawful possession of firearms, and therefore it must be set aside. That's 7. 8, the judgments which were made, there were court judgments made against the minister on the acts with you, the cases against you and FDA, forensic data analysis. I request an update on those court cases, as well as the agreements which were made between FDA and the former National Commissioner of Police. I will ask you the very same update on all those judgments which have to be monitored. Those judgments have to be monitored by this committee, since you have acted against certain legal requirements. Those legal requirements were proposed and had to be amended through the different amendment bills which you have failed to bring to Parliament. The last matter that I wish to raise is the matter about the improved regulations of firearms and the Central Firearm Registry. Honorable Minister, you came to this committee and requested that the committee gives you the opportunity for firearm amnesties. This committee gave you 2 firearm amnesties. We have to report on those amnesties. The first amnesty we gave you, firstly, let me say to you, Honorable Minister and National Commissioner, we gave you 2 6-month amnesties. The first amnesty this committee gave you, which was from the 1st of December 2019 to the 31st of May 2020. We gave you a second amnesty on the 1st of August 2020 to the 31st of January 2021. It has consistently been reported to this committee that the Central Firearm Registry does not function and does not exist. Before we write this report, I will give you an opportunity to respond to the state of the Central Firearm Registry, what happened during the period that we gave you those amnesties, and if your applications were packed in boxes, as we had reported on with the last oversight visit to the Central Firearm Registry. We'd like to know how you have then managed the applications of firearms for firearm licenses. How many firearms are thus illegal in our country because of the failures of the Central Firearm Registry? When you have said that you attended to these amnesties, again I repeat, how did you attend to these amnesties when the Central Firearm applications for firearm licenses of all those documents are in boxes, and right now the Central Firearm Registry is not functioning? The committee requested that the Central Firearm Registry goes online, and that instead of manual applications, that you have online applications. How far have you come on this? This is the responsibility of SAPS. If you have failed to do so, you can continue blaming the Ministry of Public Works and CETA, but at the end of the day, illegal firearms exist in our country, and for each and every illegal firearm that exists, there are legal implications. How do we fight and combat that illegal firearms in our country if we do not have a Central Firearm Registry? Minister and National Commissioner, I'm going to ask that you respond to all those questions in writing because they have serious legal implications. I will ask you questions again next week, depending on the responses that I receive. Your responses have to be with me before the end of business on Monday. I'll give you the date of Monday before 4 o'clock. On Monday, if your responses are not with me by Monday, you'll be summoned to respond to every detailed question I have asked today. Monday is the 24th of April. I expect to have my responses with me no later than 4 o'clock on Monday, the 24th of April. Thank you very much. The meeting is now having a break, a lunch break. It is 1:45. We'll reconvene at 1:15. The following members have apologized because they have
Chairperson,
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I've got a family situation that will need an hour, so I won't be able to be 30 minutes.
Minister, you are allowed to have an hour. If you need further time, Honorable Minister, you will indicate through the Deputy Minister when you are available again.
Thank you.
Honorable Minister, if you need more than an hour, you are granted more than an hour, Honorable Minister, to attend to all the businesses which you so require. Thank you for being here for all this time. I hope you can join us again, Honorable Minister. We still have, there are now only 4 members who still need to participate. Honorable Minister, you will delegate to the Deputy Minister. In the meantime, the rest of the committee will reconvene at 13:15. Thank you very much.
Chairperson, thank you. I am going to, you and other members covered a lot of ground, and I'm just going to fill in between stuff that is still relevant to my questions. The first one is, Chairperson, I'm also going to start with security clearance for the National Commission. I'm just going to make one statement. Chairperson, the fact that he hasn't got a security clearance renders him unqualified to fill that position. You cannot have a person in such a position where that is a requirement, obviously fulfilling that responsibility. And my submission would be that the minister will have to put him on extended leave and get somebody else from the deputies to fill that position that do qualify in terms of that, until such time that he has the necessary security clearance as well. That is that first part, Chairperson. Chairperson, then we are, obviously visiting quite, oversight a lot of police stations. In my personal capacity, I'm also doing that. Chairperson, and in terms of visible policing, quite often if you get to police stations, they don't have enough members to render service to the public, to the extent that at some police stations they don't have enough members, on duty to even to operate one patrol van. And my question is, what is happening with the reservists? Because obviously the public is also co-responsible for their own safety. And that's why, I'm suggesting that it must be investigated to what extent we can boost the numbers of reservists, train them properly, and ensure that, somebody will be there to back up the existing number of police officials. Chairperson, then coming to the capital works. We have heard that only, and I'm repeating that again, that only two police stations will be completed in the 23-24 financial year. Chairperson, that is totally unacceptable. And, it must be investigated what can be done to boost that number. Chairperson, and then still on the police stations, the capital work. My question is then, are this going to be, or are the focus, or is the focus going to be on new police stations, or is it focused on upgrading the so-called 30 top police stations to enable them to sort of manage themselves out of that category? That is the question that I want to ask their Chairperson. Chairperson, and then you did touch on the firearms and the firearm, the central firearm register. And I don't want to say a lot about that. I think you covered that properly, but that is serious, Chairperson. It needs to be indicated the fact that that other process where the previous service provider hasn't been sorted yet. Are the central firearm and firearms or licenses issued at the moment, can that be regarded as legal licenses? Do we have legal firearms in this country at all? That is the other question that I want to ask. Chairperson, and then the buccal samples, the legislation that got approved by this committee, or were recommended at least, also allows that force can be used to take the samples if necessary. Now, my question is to the police, how many cases did they have to date to ensure that, or where people did not want to cooperate and where force was necessary to be used to take the buccal samples? Chairperson, and then I'm going to move to the the secretariat. Chairperson, I must admit, and once again, you covered that properly. I think, this is my own assessment with all due respect to this institution. This is the institution that I really think failed their responsibilities dismally. And I want to put part of the blame to the national minister. It's now for how long that they haven't filled this acting position yet. So the minister is to blame for this people not being able to perform. And Chairperson, when will this position be filled? Chairperson, then, in their 5-year plan, all the issues that they raised there as the things that they intend to achieve. Chairperson, they haven't, as far as I'm concerned, that is my assessment, that they haven't achieved any one of that goals. And really, because at the moment they're still battling to find or to formulate their responsibility. So, Chairperson, I am very concerned about this institution. And I would like to think that a serious focus will have to be placed on them. Chairperson, thank you for now. It's my only questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tablanche. Honorable Tablanche, the chairperson on behalf of the committee will write to all the necessary parties about the top security clearance of the National Commissioner, since this is a real difficulty that we as a country face. The National Commissioner sits on the NAT joints. If I'm correct, he chairs the NAT joints. And the NAT joints is furnished with top security documents. If the National Commissioner does not have top security clearance, it poses a huge threat for us for having that problem or that challenge. It's a serious challenge that we have. The rest, Honorable Deputy Minister, you can respond before the National Commissioner. Honorable Peacock, you were late. I'll take you after Shembeni. Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thanks for the questions. I think I'll comment on the issue of the capital works. We are discussing this matter as SAPS, and we'll be having a meeting even tomorrow to look at the options that we can take in order to resolve that problem. We are concerned as a ministry that we can't continue the way we have been continuing. Public Works has failed us, and we can't continue to put the blame on them without looking at other options. And we do have options in the form of a Development Bank of Southern Africa and IDT. So we'll look at how we can do that to deal with this thing of stations. We agree we can't build 2 stations in one financial year. It's not on. So we are definitely going to look at that and come up with mechanisms to opt out of that arrangement. I think the others will allow the members to, the National Commissioner to lead in that regard. And the Minister, I think, is still here. He can make comments as well.
My apologies, Minister. Are you still here? I think the Minister is logged in, but he apologized, and his apology was accepted. National Commissioner.
Okay, Chair. Thanks very much, Honorable Chairperson. On the case of, on the question of that we don't have enough visual or we don't use reservists, to Honorable Chair, that was the question by Honorable Tablanche. We Reservists, yes, we do have currently those that we recruited. But the problem is we do not have, for now, we don't have capacity to can train them. You'll be aware that we just had a pass out and we again now busy with the new recruits with all the trainers. So as soon as there is a gap, we will then look back also at the reservists, and we also intend to look at the model of reservists moving forward as to how it should look like. Have we ever used force to do buccal samples? Criminal Procedure Act allows us to do that, but we don't keep records where we used. It's something that happens as and when members of the police do their work. It's not only buccal, but it would include if there are any other identification mark and so on, or features on the body, and members to apply the Criminal Procedure Act. But it's only that specific member that will record in the investigation diary or in the relevant document, but it's not something that we keep a central database of that. Legal firearms, yes, we do have people that have licensed firearms in the country currently, and of course we take note of the judgment and we allow those people to apply for a licensing of their firearms. Let me ask General Fani to add and General Msikiri to do some additions.
Good afternoon, Chair, honorable members, all protocol observed. The question was asked with regards to whether there are no other opportunities for us to deliver on the construction of other stations. We have planned at the moment Meesh and Dwarsbeck. We may have opportunities if we accelerate the scope of work, and if we do not meet the normal hurdles that we have in the construction environment for Paudi, Moyeni, and Kanana. So if those opportunities do materialize, those are the only three that we may have as opportunities to finalize this financial year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon. Chairperson, General Masemola have responded on the issues of the taking of buccal sample. You will recall that prior to the enforcement or the amendment of the Forensic Amendment Act, we had some challenges where we cannot force. So any person who is arrested having committed Schedule 8 offense is eligible to the taking of the buccal sample and the assessment thereof. So we use the Criminal Procedure Act to ensure that all the persons on that schedule of offenses, buccal sample, it's been taken. On the issue of the firearm, on the legality of the existing licenses, we do not use firearm system to process the firearm licenses, Chair. We are using the enhanced firearm registration system, which is it's currently working, and all the licenses that were issued in the country, of course, are legal licenses, those that will come to our shows for the processing. So we ensure that that system is enhanced to make sure that firearm licenses that are issued are legit. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Before I have any further responses, what is the status of all those applications that are in boxes? Could I have a simple answer for that, please? National
Thanks,
Commissioner, what is the status of all those documents in boxes?
Honorable Chair, the applications in the boxes have been processed. Currently, the backlog in terms of licensing at CFR, Honorable Chair, I think under the trying times, the component have done their best because they are standing at a backlog of 7,000 from that over 60-something thousand. So they've been processed. So what I further said is that General Fund should get a storage place where we can take the finalized applications to be go and stored there. But in terms of backlog, we are standing at 7,000, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much.
I'm not engaging in a dialogue with you. When are we going to have these manual applications captured on an online system? Those records or whatever you have in boxes, those records are severely compromised. Could I have a written explanation before we go on our oversight visit? Because when we go on that oversight visit, we'll find those very same records in boxes. What system do you have to capture that information? So if you can respond to me in writing, the committee will be going in May, we'll be going to that Central Firearm Registry again. And right now, the situation hasn't changed. I can guarantee you that those documents are still in boxes. Now you are telling me that you're going to put the boxes in storage. This is totally unacceptable. I would like this to be responded to in writing because we need that record for our report. When we do the oversight visit, it will not be the first oversight visit we do there. We went to the Veritas building. It has not changed. National Commissioner, Minister, Deputy Minister will write a report on this. It will not be a very good report. Any further responses?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I think we responded to all the questions of Honorable Blanche.
Thank you very much. Honorable Shembeni.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. The Deputy Minister, National Commissioner, Deputy National Commissioners, colleagues on protocol observers. Yes, I will start by the restructuring process that has been, somebody has talked about that, but I did not hear exactly when did it start? Has it started or not? Because we remember that it was brought on hold since we were waiting for the appointment of the National Commissioner. And then if it has started, where has it started? Has it started from the national or from the local, the police stations, or from the provinces?
Honorable Shembeni. Honorable, off your video because your connectivity is bad.
Thank you, Chair. I'll switch
Thank
off.
you.
Yes. I said I was asking about the restructuring.
Honorable Blanche, sorry, Shembeni. Honorable Blanche, I'll give you another chance after Honorable Shembeni. Honorable Shembeni.
Thank you, Chair. And then, yes, the issue of the CFR. I remember the last time when we visited the CFR chairperson, there was a problem of the systems that they were doing the applications manually. So has there been a contract appointed for the digital system to be implemented in the CFR or what? If not, why up to so far? Thirdly, the CCTV installations, Chair, that has been done to 45 identified sites to improve the overall safety and security for the SAPS members. What is the methodology that was used to determine the 45 sites or police stations, and whether this is a provincial or a national competence? In addition to the CCTV installations, Honorable Chair, the perimeter fencing and the lights, lockable gates and vehicles and the pedestrians, secured entrances to the buildings, the CSC and the guardhouse. And this has been funded according to the SAPS. What amount was allocated to this security upgrade? Thirdly, how will the SAPS balance safety at the police stations with public accessibility to the police stations? Because if you have got security upgrades in such a way that you have got locked fences, gates and all this, what about the access of the public to the police stations? What is the current compliance level for the submission of financial disclosures and SAPS certificates on remuneration work outside the departments? What steps are taken against the delinquent employees, especially senior management structures? Is the attendance of ethics and integrity, advocacy, and awareness programs mandatory for all of the staff in the SAPS? I want also to find out, Honorable Chair, about the Border Security Authority, or the BMA, Border Security Agency. Under which department are these, or is this agency falling? Are they falling under SAPS? If yes, who's in charge? Because I understand they've got a commissioner. I see they've got uniform. There they are in the borders and what, and doing the work that it's done by immigration, by police, and by SARS. What is happening with this Border Management Authority or agency? Who is in charge of them? If they are under the police, there is a law enforcement under the police. It must be clearer so that we know who to ask questions if something wrong is done by this agency. I want to find out if the police are finding it difficult to have solar lights in our police stations, all of them, at the present moment, because as far as I can recall, maybe one floodlight cost about 1,200. But is it difficult for the SAPS for, at the present moment, as a makeshift, to get us solar lights in all the police stations so that our police can have light during the load shedding? Crowd control or crowd management, Chairperson. Why is the police not making this course a compulsory to all police officers? So that when it comes to unrest or anything, you have got people that are having a clue of how a shotgun is operated. I'm saying this because I have seen members of the SAPS failing to operate this firearm, the shotgun. And They're going to kill each other because of this firearm. Most of them are not competent into this firearm, and I know they hate it. This firearm, the training of this firearm, it's not nice. They hate it. That's why a lot of them are not competent in this firearm. So, crowd management, can it be made a compulsory course to each and every police officer? Let them go wherever it's Maluscope or wherever where we had the infrastructure. I don't know whether it's still there in the SAPS or everything is being vandalized by our government, because that is where these people are supposed to go and do these causes. The FCS units, Honorable Chair, because of the high crime rate on GBV, why are we not prioritizing this other than prioritizing POPs and members that are going to investigate those cases? Because our women and children are dying in South Africa. If we can have a lot of investigators in that department, I think the SAPS can be doing us a very good job if they carry on having more members in the FCS rather than deploying out of 10,000, deploying 300, 400. It does not make sense. The only 300 you can deploy in the Western Cape. The only 300 you can deploy in Gauteng only, and that's not enough. Coming to POPs, with the capacitation of POPs, Honorable Chair, I think also this is one also a department that needs members to be trained from the college and deployed to the stations, not to be deployed at whatever province or whatever, because now attending to complaints, I think the time frame from the province gathering members to drive from a province to a village where there are unrest, it takes a very long time. But if the SAPS can have members, 10 per station, I'm just putting an example, trained POPs members, that if there is no unrest or whatever, they will be doing their normal duties like other members in the police stations. And those members will be called maybe after six months to go and do the refresher courses so that they keep fit always. And then they are placed on the station level. When there is anything, for instance, there is this district, there is whatever, the district commissioner is able to summon those members nearer to those stations to come together and go quickly attend to the problem wherever it is. The capacitation of the crime intelligence. I've got a very big question in this one of the crime intelligence. How is the SAPS nominating or appointing these members? Are they taken from the college level or after that from the station level who are exposed to the SAPS work or what? Is there any proper training that it's given to these newly appointed members to do this task of intelligence? Because this task now demands, and it demands that you must have a lot of informers. It demands that you might be needed to do things that are not easy to do. Like you will find yourself in a position of drinking a space, whereas you are not drinking, but you'll find yourself drinking in a place where you seek information. So are these people trained to do all these things? You will find a person being deployed to a mine to get information where you will be expected to work hard, but the intention is to get the information there. Are these people trained to do this? Or they are trained to be given cars and go around, coming back home, going home at any given time, taking their kids to school with the state vehicles? So I want answers from this one. To the detectives, I hear we were talking about the detection rate. I did not hear us talking about the conviction rate. Yes, the minister did mention that, yes, we have got so many people that are convicted, that have got life sentences and all that. But that alone, it's not enough. Are we involving the Justice Department in solving these cases? Because the information I'm getting from the investigators is that they do all what they can, but only to find out that people are being released from court due to corruption. And we are doing nothing, we as police officers, to arrest those people in the justice system that are corrupt. Is it that we don't know the laws or what? Because if you are having everything and you are opposing bail, going to court and stand there in the box, in the witness box, and say, I'm opposing bail here because of 1, 2, 3 reasons. Yes, the prosecutor is not going to give that person a bail. But because the police are afraid to go to court, that's why we are having this situation. Now, if you are appointing investigators, also it's another angle where you monitor the dockets of each and every member, his or her detection rate and conviction rate too. One member from his or her dockets. You can't be having withdrawals from the prosecutor. All your dockets are withdrawn. You are happy that the dockets are withdrawn. You don't have convictions. It means you are not a police officer. The railway police, I did not hear who is the railway police head nationally or even provincial in the provinces. If yes, they are, I would like to hear who is this one. How many police officers do we have in that department, in the railway police? And in which areas are they operating? Because most of the areas don't have trains that are moving up and down. And then where are these people deployed? What are they doing? If we can have a clarity also on this one. And then I don't know whether I must ask about the DPCI, but I've got also questions on the DPCI. But I think when they've presented their presentation, it's when we're going to get to ask questions from them. On the CFR, again, I'm coming back to the CFR. The issue of the infrastructure, I don't know whether was that addressed, because the last time we went there, these people we were working, their offices were not in a very good state to work on. So it's not conducive for the police officers to be in that area. Have they been removed from that building that it's cracking and overloaded, or what? The reservist issue, on the issue of reservists, the last time we had the reservists that were enlisted to become police officers, I just want to find out from the recruitment department as to how far are they with the enlisting of the present reservists that we had that were left out. Are they included in this new recruitments or what? If not, why? And if not, when are they going to be enlisted to go to the colleges? For now, Chairperson, I think I will stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shembeni. Honorable Shembeni, I think there were times when you had load shedding because some of the responses were given. And I'm going to apologize to you because I'm sure that at the time you had load shedding when those questions were asked. I'm not going to tell members that they've repeated questions, but Honorable Shembeni, just bear in mind that some of the questions you raised were asked and responded to. A number of members have had load shedding, and it is my role as the chair of the committee to facilitate the meeting even though we have load shedding. That is why now and then you'll find that I will request the whip to chair. Sometimes I have to go on a mobile hotspot because the load shedding is so long. But in the meantime, I'd like to thank all the members, the National Commissioner and his team, the Deputy Minister, Honorable Whip, and all the honorable members for the way in which we are managing this meeting, because some members did indicate that they were going to have load shedding. Honorable Blanche, I told you that I would give you an opportunity. Honorable Shembeni, you are not going to come in again. You exhausted your time. Honorable Blanche, and then I'll allow for opportunity for responses. Honorable Blanche.
Chair, I'm back, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, I've indicated that some members had load shedding. So some of the questions were repeated. I'll allow the NASCOM to also indicate where they have already responded. Honorable Blanche, there was some, your hand was up again. You did not exhaust your time, so you can come in again.
Chairperson, thank you. I just wanted to raise the issue that I didn't get any response on, what I said on the Secretariat. And I'm glad that the Minister is back now, because I'm glad he can maybe give us some indication on the very first part that I raised. Thank you, Chairperson. So I'm waiting for that. Thank you.
Can you repeat the question, Chair, because we didn't hear that question. Sorry about that.
Honorable Blanche, you can raise it, but just before you do raise it, Honorable Minister, could you also then just bear in mind when you do respond, I'll let Honorable Blanche repeat that question because it would be of importance for you, Honorable Minister. Could you also, Minister, assist us with the vacant positions which fall directly under the Minister? The one relates to Honorable Blanche's question, and it's the vacancy of the Secretary for Police. The second vacancy is the DNA Board Chairperson. The third vacancy is the DPCI Judge. If you could assist us with a progress report on that matter. Could you respond on that? Honorable Blanche, you may assist us with that question again.
Chairperson, thank you. I think the first part you covered now, that I wanted a response on the appointment of or the filling of that vacant position. Chairperson, and then I want some response also on the second part that I raised. As I said in their 5-year strategic plan, the Secretariat indicated that they have 1, 2, 3, 4 issues that they intend improving. Chairperson, and I said that I cannot and I haven't been able to find any progress that they made. And my concern is that they're still dwelling around on the very basic stuff that that environment is responsible for. And I cannot imagine that a department like that can still be dealing with that very basic and baseline issues. And I just want to know, to what extent have they moved forward now? Thank you, Chairperson. That is all that I have outstanding. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, you can just respond to those vacancies and some of the matters raised to Honorable de Blanche. The rest you were not here, so I'll then ask for the Deputy Minister and the National Commissioner to respond. Honorable Minister, could you just indicate on the matter of the Civilian
Second.
Secretariat?
No,
and
thanks,
those
Chair.
vacancies? Thank you, Minister.
Chair, the Civilian Secretariat has been a bit of a quagmire for us. We put all the processes, advertise, and everything happened. People applied, interviewed, candidate shortlisted, interviewed, and candidate was nominated. Supposed to start, there were issues raised. The major issue that was raised are questions that were all cleared, Chairperson. For instance, the candidate that was nominated as we speak works for SSA. And then if he works for SSA, the question of some having criminal record was easy to check that with the present employer. And the present employer cleared that person for the very fact that works for that. So the other question that was raised was the composition of the panel, which was never raised during the panel, that the head of the the SIU. Yes, SIU, who was a part of the panel, is at the level of sitting there. We argue that is a DG. So we have taken the matter because we don't want take the matter to the appointment to the cabinet when there are these issues. We have met the Minister of DPCA to clarify the matters on us and come back to us. There where the matter is, there where we're waiting for, once we get those results, if we're instructed to start afresh, or we take the candidate that we all agreed that was the best candidate. There where we are with the matter of the Secretariat, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Minister, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Well, on this one we are fine. Maybe the DM can answer on these other two, because anyway the entities fall direct under the DM. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. General Minister, can we now hand over to the Deputy Minister, DM, and then NESCOM?
No, thanks, Chair. We did embark on a process of the DPCI judge and consulted with the Minister of Justice. But as we were about to finalize that matter, there was a withdrawal from one of the candidate, and therefore the process has to be restarted again. But we'll definitely attend to that matter, Chair, including the issue of the chair of the DNA board. They will be attended to. The questions that Honorable Shembeni raised, well, some of the issues I was asking myself whether that is really the case, like the issue that police hate training on certain firearms. I'm not sure about that. maybe there might be an experience that Honorable Shembeni has, but that as far as we know in the service, we haven't picked up a problem like that where police have got an attitude towards training, including the issue of police who are afraid to go to court. I am not aware of that, and as a department, we are not aware about that. We know that our officers, they do go to court to deal with issues that they have sent there. If there is an instance where there is a specific incident where there is such a problem, I think we'll be happy if Honorable Shembeni can bring it to our attention. We will definitely address that matter. But as things stand, there is no issue around that. I think there are other issues. I'll allow the National Commissioner and the team to talk to them. Thanks, Chair. Through you.
Thank you very much, National Commissioner.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chairperson. Yeah, the team will assist on some of the questions. On the question of the 45 sites, Honorable Chairperson, where we install CCTV, the criteria there is to look at police stations that are unsafe, either they don't have fence or their structure is such that they are unsafe, and they don't have even gates and so on. Those are the ones that we prioritize. We haven't done all of such similar police stations. We will still continue the project in this financial year. So the 45 sites is those that we have completed, but the project is ongoing in terms of police safety. On BMA, who is BMA? The Border Management Agency is within the Department of Home Affairs, and it is managed in that department. Of course, they will be doing their work at ports of entries in the country. So more details can be asked from that specific department, Honorable Chair. On the matter of a shotgun, well, there are prescribed firearms for our members that they use. And for those that do, public order is mandatory, but all operational members have been trained in the use of a shotgun. It's no more obligatory for members that are doing support services. It's only those that are doing operational, and of course, they do get trained in the use of this firearm. POP members at police stations, the numbers that we have currently, Honorable Chairperson, we won't afford to put at each and every station, put a specific number, because one of the things as they get there, they'll start working shifts, and when you need them, it will not be easy to find them. However, if you recall, we trained over 10,000 police members from identified police stations that we regard as hotspot for other criteria that we use, which we have trained them as first responders. In other words, if there is any situation of crowd management, they've been trained to can handle the situation and respond in a specific fashion as they are trained while waiting for POP to get there. We would have loved to have the system which Honorable Shembeni talked about at each police stations, but the current numbers do not. That's why we tried our best to ensure that only those identified hotspots, we have the members of those police stations trained as first responders. And also bear in mind at the colleges, Lieutenant General Zulu train all police trainees with first responder crowd management. So they are all, they've got the basic of this specific training. The same goes with the members of CI. There is no member that gets deployed on whatever mission area without the relevant training. These members get trained very well, and they are fair with what they're supposed to do. The Railway Police, Head of Railway Police is Major General Ndaba in the police. We have the component in Western Cape, Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and Gauteng. And they operate across provinces. It's not to say they're limited to those specific provinces only. Where there is no trains moving, they are utilized in terms of combating of infrastructure crime and crime prevention and combating in the respective provinces. They are not allowed, they are not idling at all. The CFR building, I was informed last week by General Flani that the IT building of one of the telecom tower building, IT building, that the infrastructure South Africa together with the National Department of Public Works have signed for the site. So as soon as they finish, which unfortunately I don't know how long are they going to be there in the repairs of that specific tower. That's where the CFR will then be moved into that specific building. Yeah, let me ask General Msipili to answer some of the questions in General Msipili.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. There are two questions related to detective. The conviction rate of the detective service, it's not enough. We do agree, Chairperson, that it is not at the rate at which we would want to have. But in terms of what are we doing as a department in improving the detection rate in this respect, we do have what we call the PGI on all identified prioritized cases, and the cases that from time to time we identify as being noteworthy, and that at the station level and unit level, they will identify those cases and there will be a process of the prosecutorial guided investigation that is undertaken on those particular cases to be guided through and through, including that all other cases that are of serious nature and the cases that we identify as the department to be the priority cases in terms of your crime contact related, those that are stubborn. We do encourage that we do have a process. We were engaging the Western Cape in particular, where the minister has directed that the JCPS cluster will visit such areas that will be identified as a whole of the JCPS department to address the challenges that will be or that are being identified in such areas. This issue of the prosecutors that will be having some challenges with the detectives. However, I need to indicate to the committee that we do have various committees, the efficiency enhancement processes that are happening within the districts, within the provinces, where detectives and all other departments are expected to be looking into the enhancement of the performance of the detectives, in particular to look into the issue of conviction rate. So there are mechanisms that you are putting in place, but they do not go without any challenges that we are from time to time addressing, including engaging the public prosecutors, the DPPs and NDPP on challenges that will need that escalation. On the appointment of investigators, each and every member of the investigation will have a document that we call Performance Enhancement Process PEP, where it is used to monitoring each member over and above the constant inspections that are done with the dockets to court dockets from court, and your monthly and quarterly performance reviews that are undertaken per member. And when such a challenge is identified, it is the responsibility of the commander or the group leader of that specific group to identify what challenges the member is having, including to subject such for training that will be lacking. Otherwise, there will be a performance management processes that are undertaken if such a member is not improving. That will be the two questions. General Nsia will, again, Chairperson, if there will be a need on the FCS training. However, this matter was responded to earlier. And as the National Commissioner has indicated that within any and every business unit or a mission area, there will be a specialized training that members are capacitated, including the focus that we are having in capacitating the FCS investigators. And we have put a lot of processes in place to make sure that there is an improvement within the FCS environment. I must say, if we look at an overall performance of the detectives, FCS is one area where you will get majority of the good sentences that are coming from that space. Chairperson, thank you very much. I submit.
General Nsia.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The first question, Chairperson, that was raised by Honorable Shimbeni on pertaining to the restructuring. I know that the National Commissioner touched a little bit on it earlier on when it was raised. Yes, Chairperson, we started with the restructuring project, Chairperson. Committees were appointed, committees established their own terms of reference, and we started with the implementation of restructuring. Provincial commissioners were confirmed where they are. The DNCs were confirmed. So we started at national office. However, the National Commissioner has indicated that last year the process had to be placed on hold, Chairperson, due to the fact that the new National Commissioner came up with the new policing strategy, which also required us to look at the structure that was previously approved. And we have already started, Chairperson, and we are almost done with all the consultations. The National Commissioner, as indicated earlier on, had a bilateral with the principals of both labor unions, and the structures will be taken back to the SSBC, Chairperson, so that we can finalize. So we are hopeful, Chairperson, that this financial year, Chairperson, will be able to conclude the process of the restructuring. But as the SAPS, we are still committed to finalizing the restructuring of the South African Police Service. On the issue of the compliance to the financial disclosures, Chairperson, I can indicate that as the SAPS, big as we are, Chairperson, we are taking pride to the fact that we are excelling in as far as this indicator is concerned. When it comes to the SMS, Chairperson, in the previous financial year, our performance was standing at 100%, and also as well as in terms of the MMS level, our performance was 100%, and we even went further as directed by DPSA, Chairperson, to conduct the financial disclosures of the supply chain management and financial personnel that are at the lower level. And the target that was given to us, Chairperson, was 70%, and we managed to achieve 85%. So I can indicate that in as far as the financial disclosures are concerned, Chairperson, we are doing very well compared to other government departments. On the issue of the remunerative work, Chairperson, okay, maybe I also need to indicate that this performance is for the previous financial year, and the system is now open for the new financial disclosures, and the due date is the 30th of April, and we believe that this financial year will once again perform at 100%. So in as far as the performance of remunerative work is concerned, Chairperson, we are also in the process of processing the applications for remunerative work now that we are in the new financial year. We are receiving applications from those employees that are performing remunerative work. We have already processed about 1,499, which we approved, and 50 were not approved. So we don't approve all applications that we receive, because we also check as to whether the nature of business that our employees are doing is not contradicting what is sitting in the national instructions. So it is one area where our component integrity and risk is looking at, and they do give advice in the organization. Then coming to the issue of the ethics and integrity, whether the courses are mandatory, what I can indicate, Chairperson, that is that internally the component ethics and integrity management, they do conduct awareness sessions throughout the country. They target the borders because we know that is where corruption mainly is happening there. They are also targeting our police stations. So there are numbers that we can provide if we are required to do so in terms of the numbers that they have reached in as far as the awareness are concerned. And we are also encouraging our members to register with the National School of Governance to be certificated in terms of the training that is provided on ethics as well as integrity. I think those are the questions, Chairperson, that I was to respond to. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chairperson.
What's happening now? General.
General.
General Manuel, what is happening?
It's
Now
not on
having
my
a
side.
conversation. NASCOM, what is happening? You guys are having a conversation. Minister, I've lost your team.
Sorry, Chair, about that. National Commissioner.
Honorable Chairperson.
Are you back now?
Tim is back.
Yes,
All right,
I'm
thank
back.
you, Minister. Thank you, National Commissioner. Who's next?
Thanks, General Mavundla, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, the question on whether the firearm control solution has been awarded, no, it has not been awarded. We are anticipating that it will be awarded now in April due to the procurement processes. The process that started in 2020, it did not yield results that we had anticipated, that we will have the award on time to be able to start with the solution. I submit, sir.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. General Fani have one question to respond on. The solar at police stations.
The strategy that we are employing at the moment, Chair, is that we are looking at various energy sources that we can deploy in various buildings in government. We have been in consultation with CSIR to assist us with the energy efficiency study that they have done in their buildings. What we are finding as a challenge at the moment is that the theft of solar panels in certain areas becomes a big challenge in the whole country as it is at the moment. So where we do have a direct connection on a normal electrical reticulation system, we utilize that. But we are looking at what would be optimal utilization of alternative energy sources in the buildings that we've got. Inverters seems to be the most feasible option. However, we are looking and analyzing at the building capacity and usage of the building to ensure that we are deploying an optimum solution. It is an option that we're looking at, but the challenges that we've got there is theft of the solar panels in areas where there is no physical security or there is no CCTV. There are instances where CCTV cameras cannot be installed, but that is an option that's on the table at the moment. We are looking at feasibility and cost effectiveness of the deployment of the solar panels. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Honorable Tablanche, when I conclude, I would then add up that there are questions by the chair and members. which I would ask the committee secretary notes. So the content advisor and the committee secretary, I'll make a ruling on how those questions have to be responded to. And then next week, when we start our budget hearings, we'll again be looking at the budget and annual performance plan of particularly SAPS. So when we start next week's meeting, the item will start with the outstanding matters. The meeting will start with the outstanding matters. And as I said, by 4 o'clock on Monday, I want responses to all those outstanding matters. We'll then circulate it to the members on Tuesday. And if they are still unhappy with those responses, they will again be able to do so on Wednesday. Honorable Whip. Honorable Whip, your hand is up.
No, thanks, Chair. I thought you are summarizing. And I wanted to raise
No,
something.
I'm not summarizing. I told Honorable de Blanche that he was saying that his responses were not properly attended to. So I said to him that when we summarize, I will give the way forward, and that will be part of the summary. But Honorable Peacock must also still speak. Do you want to come in before Honorable Peacock or after Honorable Peacock, Whip?
No, I wanted to say, Chair, if you allow, in addition to what you're saying, there's a question I asked about the two bills that will
Honorable Whip, can we let Honorable Peacock still ask her questions? And then when we round up, I will ask for all the outstanding matters.
All right.
You
Thanks,
allow me
Chair.
to say it in that way.
Thanks, Chair.
Remember, Honorable Peacock hasn't had her first round. And then we will summarize by asking the outstanding matters.
Thank you, Chair.
Agreed? Whip? Agreed? Honorable Peacock, Honorable Peacock, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, everyone on the platform. Chairperson, I won't have much of the question because most of the operational questions that I noted have been asked by the other members. But a concern that I would like to raise, Chairperson, is with regard to the budget as well as the APP. I'm not referring to last year's budget, but since we started as members of parliament during the sixth administration. The reason I'm saying that is that, Chairperson, the budget as well as the APPs, when you look at as it is, Chairperson, mostly it's focused, what I see, it focused mostly on the national perspective. And it does not seem to focus a lot on local districts and provincial. The reason I'm saying that, Chairperson, is that there are a lot of issues that we raised as members of this portfolio with regard to police stations that are not operational, police stations that do not have transport, with regard to police stations that their internet or computers or IT systems are not working, of which we also even know where are these police stations. The other one is the one biggest police station or the state-of-the-art police station that is built in Koopmansfontein in Northern Cape. It has never been operational. Now you ask yourself, Chairperson, always will be told that we've reached our target. We've reached our target. But when you look at what is it on the ground, you don't seem to see that the target is being reached. Or the focus point maybe is on reaching the target, on making sure that budget is used, that needs to be used. But in terms of the delivery on the ground, you don't seem to get that particular picture that you see when they say that the budget has been used. And the last thing, or the last point on this matter, is that with regard to all this that we've been said since we started with the issue of members or officers that do not
that did not do their work as expected, are there any consequences taken against them with regard to, so that they are held responsible on what they should do, Chairperson? Because if they were held responsible on what they should have been done, we would have not been having all these issues that we are raising today, that most of the issues are the issues that we started with when we started in Parliament. Secondly, Chairperson, with regard to training, on the issue of training, I heard that there were training that police are undergoing. This training, Chairperson, do they include learnership and internship programs? And beside learnership and internship program, do these trainings deal with the issues that we are dealing with now? The trends of drugs, the trends of stealing or of hijacking of cars, anything that is happening that is in our posture now. Does it really, the trainings that they are giving, do they work towards what we are, the challenges that we are facing in crime in South Africa? Because training are there, but you don't seem to see that, are they so advanced to deal with the type of crime that is being committed? That's the problem that I've also realized, that it's a really concerning issue. The last thing I know, it was mentioned, is the issue of the CPFs. The CPFs, when we had our oversight, they complained of the trainings, they complained of tools of trades, they complained of they need to have visible identification when they are in the communities. Those were the issues that, as well as the stipend, the issue of the stipend was covered, but the issue of identification among the communities, that they are CPFs, that's what they want, tool of trades and so forth. Lastly, Chairperson, is the issue of, let me check, the issue of, that was not touched, the issue of stats, crime stats, Chairperson. On the issue of crime stats, Chairperson, the crime stats is issued by the minister, but then I seem not to see the report that segregates crime from the South African committing crime and the foreign nationals committing crime. Because if we would be able to get such a segregative report, we'd be able to know how to see on how do we deal with crime that is committed by South Africans and the one committed by foreign nationals. So these are the issues around crime stats that I see. They do not seem to come up clearer, so that we'd be able to see the percentage on it or any other thing on it, Chairperson. And generally, Chairperson, when I look at my notes, most of the issues, the issue of central firearm has been covered. The issues of, most of the issues and legislation with regard to the bills is covered. So I think that's all from me for now, Chairperson. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Peacock. The chairperson is still out for some time. She will be back. Can we give it to the Honorable Minister?
Chair, could we allow the DM on the first two? The last one of the is a new proposal that we can look at it. But we have always regarded criminals as criminals, whether homemade, home brewed, or foreign brewed. We'll have to look some considerations there. Is an issue that we'll have to canvass because it might have some political connotations. So it's an issue that we'll have to really canvass, maybe with the political leadership, but also with the statistician general. I must say, Chair, many things, many ways our statistics are done are based on the understanding and baseline of the statistician general. So it's a matter that we can discuss, and we take it from there. I know that as they get arrested, they are separated, the foreign nationals and the South Africans, and surely you understand them because that's how they are arrested. But we have not crossed that line of registering them as such. But it's a matter that we can look at. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Whoop. I just had to make a call quickly. Thanks, Honorable Minister. Honorable Nescom, do you have the further responses?
Thanks very much, Honorable Chairperson. The first question was more on budget. I will ask General Dimpane to add on, but the budget is distributed. SAPS is a national department, but however, the budget does get distributed to the various provinces, and execution of the work is done at the local level, and that's where we spend most of our resources, be it capital budget for vehicles or for fuel or for other resources. With regard to Koopmansfontein, it was a satellite of another police station, but it has since been open. It has been not officially open, but it has since been operational for the last 2 months. From that it is working. The last 2 months is now operational. With regard to the CPF, Honorable Chair, we do provide in terms of tools of trade like transport, telephones, and other things like stationery and so on, and office space. We work well with CPFs, and we do not have problems in that regard. I'll ask General Zulu maybe to talk on training, leadership, and internship. General Zulu. General Zulu. Let me ask General Nsia to talk on consequence management in the meantime.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. On the question of the application of consequence management, Chairperson, I can indicate that yes, we do have prescripts that are empowering line managers to apply consequence management on members that are not actually doing what they are supposed to do. So this one, Chairperson, is happening at line managers level, and we're expecting that line managers must do the necessary in as far as those officials that are not doing what they are supposed to do, Chairperson. They have been empowered. Thank you very much.
Thanks, General Dimpane, on the financial matters.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just to add, to indicate, to say, the presentation that we bring is in relation to the apportionment guidelines in terms of National Treasury, where we will present in terms of apportionment per program and items. However, we do perform internal apportioning further to the provinces. To this extent, in terms of this budget, 60% is apportioned to the provinces, where provincial commissioners do have decisions in terms of how they utilize those resources. The 60% is about 61.6 billion. This is operational costs that, as well as a compensation of employees, that goes down to provinces as well as to station level, where the provincial commissioners are then having the necessary decision making in terms of how they utilize these resources. Thank you, General, and thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks, Honorable Chair, General Zulu.
Thank you, Chairperson. Apology, I was trying to unmute and I was failing. I will be responding on the questions related to training. If our budget that has been presented covers subjects like learnership, your internships. Yes, indeed, Chairperson, it does cover the broader spectrum in terms of training. We do have internship, which is already included there. We've got bursaries, is already included there. The skills program is already included in the budget, and also the development of training. The skills programs that we are presenting, as we're presenting to say in the TPP, these are the priorities that will be, these are the priorities of training that we'll be presenting. So those training that we are presenting, they are developed by SAPS and we need budget for that. So it also covers that. And on top of that, we also have SASITA, which I spoke about it previously. Learnerships, we get also funding from SASITA with the learnerships, as well as internships. They assist us as well as on the bursaries. As currently, as I am standing here, we've got a lot of almost 1,430. Let me just say, I think it's 1,480 that we are learners that are getting assistance from SASITA. So it's more broader than the budget that we're having here. Even the budget from CJS also, it's also assisting us in terms of making sure that we continue with our training. In terms of how do we deal with the trends of crime that are happening, if our training are covering that? Yes, Chairperson, that's why in terms of our development process of program, we've got a program, but in a certain period, you have to review and update the program because it will be informed what is happening around the country. As we can agree that that crime sometimes when it starts here, it comes here in South Africa, you'll find that already internationally, they are aware of the trends that are happening. Hence, we've got the international training. We've got cooperation with other countries, as well as we work with the SADC, we work with Interpol. All of these organs, they are assisting us also to improve in terms of our training. In some of those specialized, very specialized training, again, SASITA assists us so that we can get the external people to assist with the training. I think in a nutshell, that is what I can say on the question of training. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Any further responses?
No, thanks, Honorable Chair. I think we responded to all. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Whip and Honorable Tablanche, and then I'll start doing the summary. Honorable Whip and then Honorable Tablanche.
No, thanks, Chair. I wanted to say there are questions that were not responded to. One, the Secretariat indicated that they will be submitting 2 bills. My question was, which bills are those? Secondly, I asked a question on where this budget is catering for the relocation of the laboratory in KZN from where it is currently located to a new location, as we were briefed during our visit. And the last one, why is there no performance indicator for illegal mining? I think it was there or removed, something like that. But I didn't see any performance indicator for illegal mining, which is a problem in our country. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Whip, you are correct. The indicator for illegal mining was removed. I also asked that we have indicators for other commercial crimes. And I mentioned those commercial crimes, and we need indicators for that. Honorable Tablanche.
Chairperson, thank you. The first question that I haven't received any response on is the part where I mentioned the Secretariat. They indicated in the 2020-2025 planning cycle, a 5-year strategy, and identified 4 institutional outcomes towards the achievement of its envisaged impact. Now it's listed. I don't know whether you want me to mention that because it's listed, and I think they will know what it is. Chairperson, I said that they need to indicate to what extent, what sort of impact it has made, because I haven't seen anything about that. And that's why I'm asking more clarity on this. As I said, I can mention that. Secondly, Chairperson, while the minister was out, I raised the issue of the security clearance of the National Commissioner, and I made the statement that I think I'm of the view that the fact that he hasn't got the security clearance renders him, not properly suited, qualified, whatever, to fill the position that he's filling at the moment. And I was just asking the question that the minister should look into that. And if he cannot fulfill that responsibility in the meantime, that he should consider replacing him as an interim arrangement with one of his deputies that has got a security clearance, and maybe that will also, bring in some urgency to get the security clearance sorted. Those are the questions, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Whip and Honorable Tablanche. Honorable Tablanche, I said that on the matter of the security clearance of the National Commissioner, we'll follow it up with letters by the chairperson on behalf of the committee to all the necessary senior members of cabinet in the country who are affected by this and who have responsibility for this. So National Commissioner, the matter of the security clearance, that will be taken up with the minister and all the relevant parties by the chairperson on behalf of the committee. Minister, that question we have dealt with. It will be taken further and it will be responded to. Honorable members, next week, Wednesday, there's a National Assembly leave period. So the next meeting will only be in May. I think it's on, if I'm correct, it's on Wednesday, the 3rd of May. So we will have the responses by next week, Monday, and then circulate those responses as we receive them by next week, Tuesday. We'll circulate those responses. The questions which have been asked by the Whip and Honorable Tablanche, could you respond to that now, Honorable Minister?
Well, on that, I will request that the Secretariat, because those were specific questions that were raised to Secretariat to respond, Chair, the Acting Secretary.
Thanks, Minister.
Yes, honorable members, even if Monday is a public holiday, you are still expected, because you are going to work from today onwards on those responses. I'm giving you until Monday at 4 o'clock. You may continue, Mr. Amaru.
Thanks, Chairperson and Minister. The question by Honorable Siabe about the legislations. We had planned to bring 2, as it's indicated in the APP. That was the SAPS bill and the IPID bill. So the APP was finalized before we realized that it was not going to be possible to have the SAPS bill go through based on the time frames that are there. This is after we did the the roadmap with the advisor to the committee. And we realized that it is no longer going to be possible. And also the letter that we received, which indicated that if we are not already in the cabinet process by now, we cannot continue with that legislation. So the second one, IPID bill, we will still continue. And Chairperson, there was a question that the Honorable Siabe had asked earlier about whether the Izimbizo that we do are separate from the ones that SAPS does. So the answer is we conduct this together in support of the minister, and we share in the cost thereof. Then the question about that is asked by Honorable Jared Blanche. I will ask Ms. Lidwaba to respond to that through you, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Acting Secretary. Thank you, Chair. With respect to the question by Honorable Ted Blanche on the 4 institutional outcomes that we had adopted at the beginning of the planning cycle, we have made some progress, honorable members. A number of key initiatives were undertaken to contribute to the issue of improving community participation in the fight against crime and improving community police relations. And this is with respect to the integral role that we've played in terms of facilitating community participation and safety by playing a supportive role in the establishment of community safety forums in provinces. As you are aware, we conduct capacity building workshops to assist municipalities in the establishment of CSFs, and also through our assessment of the functionality of community policing forums across police stations. And then with respect to the third outcome on facilitating collaboration, coordination, and integration, I had indicated in our presentation, Chair and honorable members, that we have finalized the integrated crime and violence prevention strategy, which was approved by Cabinet in March last year. And that addresses specifically that outcome on improving coordination within the 3 spheres of government. And then with respect to ensuring a transformed and accountable police service, there are a number of policies that we have developed over the medium term. The one being, for example, the development of a community policing policy. The objectives of this specific policy is to promote cooperation between the police and communities in fulfilling the needs of communities in relation to policing. They also go at length in terms of the roles of CSFs, CPFs, and other community safety structures. We've developed a policy framework on an integrated model of policing. This specific policy framework sets out key parameters for the integration, coordination, and collaboration of the SAPS and municipal police services, and where relevant, other law enforcement agencies. And this is with a particular purpose of improving uniformity, consistency, efficiency, and effectiveness within the law enforcement value chain. So it provides for the standardization of policing approaches in order to maximize effective policing across that value chain. We've also conducted some studies in terms of our research, Chair and honorable members, on the one being on demilitarization of the police. This was with specific focus on public order policing and tactical response teams in order to assess whether these units are demilitarized or not, and if so, to what extent. We've made key recommendations which have been forwarded to the SAPS in this regard. We've also conducted a research study on the state of policing, and this was in order to assess the state of democratic policing in the country, in line with the constitutional provisions, and also to build on from those studies on demilitarization and professionalization of the police. We've also made those key recommendations to the police in this regard. And then lastly, Chair, I also mentioned the survey that we conducted, which was also one of our MTSF targets. The purpose of that survey was to assess the experiences of citizens in terms of their interaction with the police and the quality of services that they receive from the police. And we have forwarded the outcomes and the recommendations of that study to the police. So that's in as far as achieving or contributing towards the achievement of those institutional outcomes, Chair. And then we have subsequently, after the midterm of the 5-year cycle, revised our strategic plan. And as I had indicated in our presentation, Chair and honorable members, we've developed that theory of change that also helps us to now clarify how our planned outcomes and interventions contribute to the 5-year impact that we envisage. So those 4 outcomes have been revised into 6 key outcomes. But we continue with work, as I had indicated, in terms of our policies, research, and other reports that we undertake and provide recommendations to the police in this regard. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. NESCOM.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Yeah, the indicator on illicit mining is within the AOP of the organization which we will report on, that is the National Policing Strategy. But however, the honorable members feel so we can have it on the APP. With regard to the budget for the relocation of the lab, Honorable Chairperson, General Fani did answer it earlier. He said that that budget is within the National Department of Public Works, not within the SAPS. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Minister, is there anything you or the DM would like to add?
Chairperson, the National Commission has just responded on these indicators like the illicit mining. But it doesn't mean that there is no work that is done. Well, maybe when we discuss the priority crimes, the hawks that will come. 3 weeks ago, Chairperson, 87 of these Zamazamas were sentenced to 8 years each, 87 of them. So we are there where even the courts we are glad that the courts are taking the matter serious. And we are moving to the middle now, like those that were arrested in Carltonville, who have those beautiful luxurious cars. But we hope that soon we'll be dealing with the A-list of those Zamazamas, Chair. It might not have been there, but there's a lot of work that is done when it comes to these Zamazamas. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Whip, I'm going to ask you to make comments before I do the concluding remarks.
Thank you, Chair. And let me thank everybody on the platform. My comment, Chair, would be that the Secretariat, if they can adjust their APP in line with how they answered, because if it is submitted like that, when we know that certain things will not happen, it creates a problem. And we knew, like they say, it's them who presented that the leader of government business wrote them a letter. But as they were presenting today, they were still insisting that the 2 bills will be forwarded. I'm just giving that as an example. But there are other issues that even the issue of imbizos with the minister, it's not easy to measure at the end because it depends on SAPS. If SAPS fails, it means they also fail. And the few imbizos that I've attended with the deputy minister where the office of the Secretariat was represented, I didn't see their effective role in those. I don't know whether they're saying they're supporting the minister in terms of attendance or what. So it is not clear. So at the end, when you want to evaluate or measure the performance, it creates a problem. I would request that they relook at it. Even with the SAPS one, the issue of illicit mining is a serious problem. Is a serious crime. Yes, I agree and understand the comments of the minister that something is being done. But it's important to highlight it so that it is clear, everybody can see, and we're able to hold them accountable. We're able to measure it and say, indeed, this is happening. So I would still request that if they can relook at their APPs, and then try to see what is happening. Even on the issue of the budget of, if the answer is the budget to relocate the forensic laboratory from where it is now to the new site is with Public Works, how do we plan? I don't want to get into that discussion, but I'm not convinced because Public Works does work on behalf of police, but in the main, the department that, or the client department is the one that has a budget because it is you who plans. And if we are interrogating the APP of SAPS on what they have promised, but are unable to interrogate the budget of Public Works, whether it will cater for the indicators of SAPS, to me is a problem. So I think something needs to be done there. But otherwise, I'm still saying we want to thank the presentations, the delegation led by the minister for presenting. I think they just need to clean it up and adjust certain things so that is something that is measurable. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Whip. Honorable Minister, General, I would like to express my appreciation from myself as the chair and on behalf of the committee for your presence. It's not a matter of a fish must swim because you're in the water. It's a matter of this being our final ability to interrogate the budget and the annual performance plan analysis of the Civilian Secretariat and SAPS. So I appreciate your presence, Minister. I do not take it for granted, since I know there was an emergency cabinet meeting which was called today. We're not in the business of competing with the president, and kindly accept the fact that I have always made an exception, Honorable Minister, that if you have to attend an emergency cabinet meeting, I allow you to do so as the chairperson, even though the members have not been very happy with it. So today we took an exception and said that because this is our last session of interrogating the budget for 2023-2024, from hence onwards, we are moving towards our legacy report, and it takes us, we have less than a year as a committee to complete our tasks. Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister, National Commissioner and your team, I want to thank you for the engagement today. I would also like to remind you that we are celebrating the 29th anniversary of South Africa's first democratic elections next week. It's a milestone, key milestone. We'll be going to the 30th anniversary of our democratic elections next year, less than a year from now. So next week, Thursday, a week from now, we'll be having Freedom Day. As we celebrate Freedom Day on Thursday, the 27th of April, can we confidently say to the people of our country, all the people of our country, irrespective of their color, irrespective of their political affiliation, irrespective of their gender, and irrespective of their class, that we are winning the war against crime? Are we convincing the people of our country, not only ourselves and Parliament, that we are fighting crime as a collective? The collective includes the Portfolio Committee and Parliament. It is not an us and them. There are three arms of government. Are we responding to the legislative arm, which is Parliament? Are we responding to the legal arm, which is the prescript of our Constitution, that the judiciary makes certain judgments? I mentioned a few judgments which we have not responded to. If we are not responding to judgments of the Constitutional Court and the High Court, but we are responsible for fighting crime and corruption, then there are gaps in the work that we are doing. It's not aimed at individuals, it's an indictment on us as a collective. Just as there are three arms in our Constitution, we also have the different spheres, three spheres of government. When we prepare our legacy report, we'll be looking at those three spheres of government. And Honorable Peacock has made very serious concerns and remarks which we have had over the 5 years, and that is how we interact with the provinces and how we interact with local government. Now, when we have a central national police service, there are certain functions, very limited functions, which have been delegated to provinces and to local municipalities with our municipal police. We would have addressed a number of those concerns in the amendment of the SAPS Act. The SAPS Amendment Bill is outstanding, which means that it's a common and a collective failure. I repeat, it's a common and a collective failure that we have to hand over. We received it, we fought for it, we received it, we were not able to amend the SAPS bill or the SAPS Act. We'll be giving the DPCI an opportunity to present. When we return, we'll be taking all these outstanding matters and we return. SAPS has the second largest budget, as I said in the beginning of this meeting. On the 3rd of May, we'll have another session from 9 o'clock till 5 o'clock. Can we please indicate that the meeting will be from 9 o'clock till 5 o'clock and not until 1 o'clock? If there's a house sitting on that day, Wednesday the 3rd of May, we'll convene after the house sitting if we have not completed our work. On the 3rd of May, it's supposed to be the consideration of the IPID APP and the SIRA APP. Before we do the IPID APP and the SIRA APP, we'll look at the DPCI and we will look at the following. 1, I repeat, DPCI presentation. 2, SAPS has to go back, and I asked you to do this, I'm repeating this, that we have the National Assembly, the National Council of Provinces, where we had the presentations on the Portfolio Committee on Police, the legacy report was accepted. That was done on Friday, the 30th of November. The recommendations were made from the 5th Parliament, 14th from May 2014 until November 2018. November 2023, we'll be finalizing and presenting this report of this 6th Parliament. You are expected to respond to the outcome of the tabling of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces on the 30th of November. We expect a detailed response to the report of the 5th Parliament. I then come to the 6th Parliament. The committee's budget report of 2022. On SAPS, the committee budget report had almost 20 recommendations. Of those 20 recommendations, there are exactly 19. I expect a report on those 19 recommendations because you failed to cover your reports on those 20 recommendations. There are questions which were highlighted by the chair and members on the forensic science laboratories, outstanding legislation which we would not be able to finish. 5 of the 6 would remain incomplete, handed over from the 5th Parliament to this 6th Parliament, which will be very, very disappointing that we will hand it over now to the 6th Parliament. The Central Firearm Registry, just as we had said, the forensic science laboratories, the Central Firearm Registry, firearm licenses, which we are unhappy, extremely unhappy about. The outstanding court rulings and court judgments, we've given you and we have given you a list of outstanding court judgments. Those were included in the questions by the chairperson and the members. The next area which have been a tremendous concern for 5 years, and which has not been attended to much, has been crime intelligence, serious weaknesses in crime intelligence, the entire intelligence sector, which includes crime intelligence, state security intelligence, military intelligence, SANDF working together with state security and SAPS on intelligence, has weakened over the 5 years. We are handing over a very weak state of intelligence in the country. This poses tremendous risks for us. We've also raised concerns that the National Commissioner chairs Nat Joints. Nat Joints includes intelligence information. It then becomes a risk to all of us if we cannot guarantee that there is top security clearance in that regard. Cybercrime, we have not made much progress on cybercrime and fighting cybercrime and improving the technology footprint of SAPS and all its units. That would include the Civilian Secretariat, IPID. We have sophisticated equipment, technological equipment in the private security sector, and we are lagging very far behind. We are trailing, it's the tail, we are coming in at the tail end of modern technology. We speak of the 4th Industrial Revolution. SAPS has not even started to revolutionize any form of technology. Mr. Dwaba, when you speak about community police forums, I'm asking you if you seriously think that we are able to safely say to our country that we are fighting and we are winning the war against crime. Now, your impression, honorable members, on the platform from SAPS, the Minister and the Deputy Minister, Civilian Secretariat, your impression of the performance and functions of the community police forums, your perceptions are completely different to the perceptions of Parliament. All members of Parliament consistently complain about the lack of capacity and the dysfunctionality of community police forums. I have requested that you give us a list of all the community police forums in the country, contact numbers of the chairpersons. That report on community police forums should indicate which ones are functional, which ones are dysfunctional, where you have had training and where you have not trained community police forums. We've also decided that the funding of community police forum members of reservists in the form of a stipend should be urgently investigated, and we will not leave this committee until we know that community police fora have a form of stipend and police reservists also receive some form of stipend. Honorable Shembeni, I made it very clear that any other comment or question that you have to put in writing. I would also like to implore other members that if you still feel that your questions are not responded to, I told you that you will have another opportunity on Wednesday, the 3rd of May. We'll start with the SAPS and Civilian Secretariat as well as the DPCI. So please send all your, if you still have outstanding questions, you may lower your hand now, Honorable Shembeni, because I'm not going to take further comments. I'm closing the meeting now. The last part of what I am going to ask is that when you look at the 19 recommendations that we gave you last year, the most important was that SAPS was supposed to embark on an implementation plan and develop an implementation plan and response plans for the panel of experts report on the 2021 July unrest. The South African Human Rights Commission report on the 2021 July unrest. We are yet to receive it. The Marikana Commission of Inquiry and report by the expert panel on crowd management. We are yet to receive an implementation plan that you have developed. The high-level review panel report on the State Security Agency of 2018. There's the report which was chaired by Dr. Sydney Mufamadi. 5 years ago, we came in asking you to do an implementation plan. Civilian Secretariat, 5 areas. 1, panel of experts, July unrest. Human Rights Commission hearings, July unrest. Marikana Commission of Inquiry, 5 years. 5 years ago. When did Marikana happen? You have yet to have an implementation plan. High-level review panel report of the State Security Agency, the Sydney Mufamadi report, number 4. Number 5, the Vusi Piccoli report. Nicolette, can you add the Vusi Piccoli report as the 5th report that we have failed to have implementation and response plans for the committee? This will be part of the response which we develop, the outstanding matters which we develop. It was not going to be very complimentary for this committee to hand over such a report of matters which remained outstanding for 5 years. These reports have been more older than 5 years. They've been with you longer than 5 years. They are a red flag for all of us. The work that we have done as a committee is enormous. We have covered enormous ground. We'll report on all the positives that we've had. We've report on the hard work of the minister and the team, the improvements that have happened, the cohesion that has happened between the different units of SAPS. We know that this time, in this 5 years, we did not have such a huge turnover of national commissioners as we had in the previous term, but we did experience challenges between the ministry and the office of the national commissioner. Colleagues, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, colleagues from the committee, our work has not ended. Our work is now seriously moving to the end of our term, and we'll be having long meetings. I hope that you will appreciate this. Honorable Minister, kindly please understand that we are evaluating our work. If you are here to respond, it makes it easier for us to give your side of the story. If not, if you are not here, Minister, we'll have certain conclusions which you may want to contest in Parliament. This will be part of a public record which will stand as the record of what we have been able to do in this term of office where you were the minister and we had the deputy minister and I was the chair. And we had the national commissioner, we had 2 national commissioners during this term of office. It will stand as a record for the history of Parliament and the history of this country. Honorable members, I wish to thank you and remind you that there's work to be done. You have until next week, Monday. We'll again interrogate what you have given us next week, Monday. We'll give you another chance to go back if we are unhappy with the responses you have given us. By the time we get to the committee work in 2 weeks' time, I hope we would have had sufficient responses. If you are unable to respond, we will then take it and report that you are unable to respond, either because you do not want to respond or you haven't done anything. Let us not end up fighting about the report, which we are going to be presenting to Parliament. I'm giving all members sufficient time. I'm giving the minister sufficient time. The national commissioner, you are all being given sufficient time so that by the time we write the final report, the staff, you have been given sufficient time, and the chairperson would then be happy to have a common and a collective report when it is presented to Parliament. Thank you very much, honorable members. Once more, I have the Secretariat, do you have your hand up? I still have to inform you about the oversight visits. Do I have the host? Is it Babawa or Nicolette?
It's Babawa, Chair.
Babawa, do you have any information about the oversight visits, Babawa? Before I close?
No, not yet, Chairperson. I was going to ask you to inform the members that the meeting for Friday is postponed to the 3rd of May.
Yes, I've already indicated that the meeting is on, the next meeting is on the 3rd of May.
Thank you, Chair.
Between now and the 3rd of May, we'll be able to give you the details of the 2 oversight visits. There will be 2 oversight visits in May. I also need an indication if Mr. Lobby will be attending those 2 oversight visits, because he seems to be permanently on sick leave when it comes to oversight visits. He has a standing an apology that he has a chronic illness. Could I have that report? If he has a medical condition, I need a medical certificate, please. Nicolette, that letter has to be written. It is an outstanding matter. I'm concluding on the reports of the administration. It is not evaluation reports of staff, but it's an evaluation of how we manage the administration of the committee. Honorable members, the meeting has now come to an end. We'll meet again on the 3rd of May. I'll receive your inputs before the 3rd of May. Thank you very much.